Welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series for week number 5. My name is Jake Asterix, Aussie Panko, and next to me is Jimmy Preacher Fu for the second week in a row.
I mean, Mendrix is away, so I'm here to play, and what a week to come back to, because we got to take a look at the standings for these two teams, and they are all performing massively. Now, I have two to highlight right here, both Regicide and Outlaws. They are sitting 4-0, which is really comfortable for them. It means that coming over the midway point of this tournament, they are going to have that edge going into the very finals. It means that one of them is guaranteed to go into the gauntlet, and from that point onwards, fight all the way into the OPL potentially.
I mean, and speaking of the OPL, a really good point to run off that is the OPL podcast just came out as well, week number 5. You can go to soundcloud.com/the OPL show. And there's a really interesting point in there as well, because we are in 7.4.
Yep.
Lethality has had a bit of a change still. The same basic thing, but meta is changing, and there's one champion we want to talk about.
I mean, it's the Corki, right? Because Corki has been affected a little bit on this patch.
Yep.
Now, he's not going to be that blind pick menace that we're going to see so often, pretty much just secure it for your mid laner and just have him have a good time waiting until level 11. It means that he's going to have a little bit more of a leeway. He has been weakened, especially his ultimate, so until level 16, he's going to be a whole lot weaker coming into the mid lane. It practically means that you can't first pick him. Will it take him out of the champion pool entirely? Definitely not. Will it mean that there are going to be some teams who have to leave it for a counter pick? Yeah, potentially.
Potentially there, but first game's going to be Alpha Sydney versus Noxide. Now, if you haven't seen these two teams before, Noxide struggling to get off the ground a little bit, where Alpha Sydney, as we do move to Champ Select there, Alpha Sydney are looking strong. They've started the split a little bit shaky, moved through it. Last week wasn't the best performance though, so we want to see more from Mubu, and I feel like from Frogger as well. Tank just suits him a lot better.
Yeah, and this is the thing with Alpha Sydney. So they are a very snowball-oriented team, not so much in-game, but in the week. So if they win from last week, then that will carry on throughout them. Yep. That loss from last week is sure to hurt their morale. But having said that, Noxide is also coming down from a loss from last week. So I just hope that both of these teams have a good time coming back into the routine of things.
I mean, I feel like last week Noxide played really professionally. I don't know what that means to you, but it felt like the metagame was a lot stronger. So can they continue to perform again? Can they look for their second win? Is really crucial now more than ever, at least to stay out of the relegation tournament, but at least potentially look to be a better team.
Well, they're definitely looking to get that second win, but I think the way that they do so is to approach a very lane-centric type of play. So that is just pretty much leave laners until 20, even, I dare say, push the 30-minute mark. I mean, it's happened before. It's definitely happened in the OPL this split, so it's not impossible with these two teams. That's just the way they have to play in order to win.
Okay, so there's something interesting about this pick and ban phase. I mean, they've prioritized the Karma, taking away that from Jawn Riggy, but we know he plays Thresh. Poppy away from Art of Ferns, but the guy can play Jace as well. So it's an interesting ban phase from Alpha Sydney, especially. With LeBlanc off the table means you can only get rid of LeBlanc. Camille, Rengar. Which one do Noxide go for here? What do they have more priority over?
I mean, apparently they go for neither, and that's going to be really shocking, because what it means is ultimately, if these two teams do play towards the meta, then it's going to go one towards the other. But hey, Noxide, ball's in your park now. Let's see what they do.
Apparently not, because Syndra's just been taken away. Now that's interesting as well, because Alpha Sydney taking that away from Bedoink, that's a real comfort for that guy.
It is.
And, does leave Yasuo open. We'll talk about that more soon, because as a potential, he wants to play meta. But this is something we've been waiting for. Yeah. Now that lethality has been taken down a bit, Ashe looks like a priority first.
Yeah, no longer the days of Varus and Jhin ruling bot lane. Now Ashe comes back into it, and Ashe is a really good meta to cast over, because what it means is that ADCs are not going for the solo plays and not going for the solo kills either. It means that they're going more for a team-centric play style. It means they want to get picks for their team, and it means they want to take more of a utility type of role. So all in all, it just means that Noxide, they put even more of the carry role onto Bedoink.
But for someone who is, like Sombre, is so confident on that Jhin, we're going to see if that works effectively in their team composition, whether he can still carry as hard on the Ashe. By picking up that Elise, pretty standard stuff. Renekton first pick. Now this is Frogger week number 1, played Darius.
Yeah, so
week number 5? Renekton.
Yeah, look, this is something that I wanted to talk about. I was going to challenge Frogger to come out of his tank comfort, because the times that he's won, he's been on hard tank's top lane, hasn't performed the best in 1v1s, but he's still done exactly what his team needed. Now that he gets a chance to be both tanky and do a lot of damage in the split push as Renekton, hopefully he can have a chance to impress us.
And I mean, things like, no, yes, I'm clapping. Okay, this is why I want to talk about Yasuo, because I feel like the meta didn't suit Noxide. And Bedoink said, publicly, he said, guys, get ready for tonight. And the reason is because he goes back to what worked in the first place, to what suited Dan Dane's playstyle, And why not go for the Yasuo?
I mean, he is a career Yasuo player. We saw it pretty much all throughout last year, how he's been dominating in the mid lane with this Wanderer, and all of a sudden, meta swings a little bit. Corki's no longer dominant. You don't get poked out of lane. Syndra he could deal with fine. He could dash away from her initial Void Spheres, and from that point onwards, just dash away from everything else. So he's sitting very comfortable.
A very interesting first pick phase, Preacher, because picking the Gragas up, obviously going to be in the top lane, not really played in the jungle much anymore. Yasuo mid, AD carry. No support picked for either side here, with prioritizing that top, that jungle on the side of Alpha Sydney, and the mid. But, you know, banning away the Camille from Alpha Sydney is interesting, especially if Noxide have already picked their top.
Yeah, I mean, it's really... that it would indicate that maybe they think this Gragas is going over to Dandane. It's not impossible. Gragas jungle was pretty much a dominant thing come the end of last year. But right now, anything could be up in the air, because we saw Dandane last week. He was on Kha'Zix 1-5. Not really the best score to go home about, but nonetheless... maybe going back to these tanks, that's really what we were hoping that he would do.
Well, there's a quick assumption by banning away that Rek'Sai. I mean, you get rid of the Camille, you get rid of the Rek'Sai, so it's like, let's cover both bases here.
Exactly. I mean, that's the whole point of a flex pick, right? Your enemies don't really know which role this champion is going into, and at the end, they have to potentially waste one of these bans, because effectively one of these bans is going to waste, because you just don't know which one it went to.
I definitely agree with that. Now that Noxide have the first pick on red side, I mean, the Nami has been a massive priority coming internationally, even in the OPL as well, has shown some play. Yes, okay. So this is not the Bond of Stone change yet, though, is it?
No. This is not the Bond of Stone change, but nonetheless, they needed a hard engage. They needed a knock-up. Who does it better than Alistair? I mean, you send this cow straight into the enemy team, and all of a sudden, Badoink joins out of nowhere. I can see the team fights happening right now.
And he looks like he's going to take Ignite as well, so that's exciting. I mean, it looks like a very big kill lane. Whatever you send mid, you have to be careful, but I mean, Remen here, he doesn't have the Jhin. He doesn't have the Varus. Looks like the Ezreal will be locked in. And by at least showing that Nami, Alpha Sydney pick up that idea for themselves, and it looks like potentially that could be the next support.
Yeah, so this is very standard coming out from Alpha Sydney. We saw Remen play this Ezreal before. It was a little bit questionable, especially when it was paired with, I believe, the Lulu, but now coming out with a Nami, it should be much better. It really is interesting to see the ADC swing this way, because, of course, we were talking about how, you know, both Varus and Jhin, now they're both banned out from Noxide. It really does force them onto something like the Ezreal. Of course, Sivers in the other Holy Trinity, but she's not going to be on the table.
Okay, so the last pick, you got to be thinking for Noxide, whatever is an interesting comp here, you want to go for Knockup. The Gragas looks like it's top lane, but we don't know that just yet. Potentially, that is going to be a Gragas jungle. We haven't seen Gragas jungle in a long time.
No, we haven't, but there's some good that came out of the changes for Gragas. Now, last patch, his W did get massively buffed, so he gets a little bit more resistance in the jungle whenever he, you know, drinks from his barrel, and also he gets a little bit more health back from his passive. Yeah, so pretty much every single time that he casts abilities, he's going to be sitting really comfortable in the jungle. Those small amounts, they do add up into really big values, especially if you go for a gank before your first back. Now, here's the thing that I want to watch, though, the top lane, because both of them, they are Snowball and they are carry top laners. So I just want to see which one comes out on top. It's whoever rushes 6 effectively.
Now, what do you think? Because we've said in the OCS before that tankless comps don't go well. So Noxide here, they're obviously running a double tank comp. They've got Alistair and they're synergizing with the Gragas. Obviously around the Yasuo. Does it look promising on your end, Preacher?
It looks very promising. I mean, they're not really missing a tank. They're not really missing an engage. Yeah, they're not really missing a disengage either, because if you hard dive Sombre, doesn't really matter too much. Artiferns is just going to be ripping through your entire team. So all in all, this champ select went really well towards their favor. Everything considered, especially when they don't have a tank in the top lane.
I definitely think the second ban phase came out a little bit curious from Alpha Sydney. By getting rid of Camille, by getting rid of the jungle thread as well. They were covering both bases, but they left quite a lot open. And I think Fiora being left open against a Renekton, how does that fare for Froggadog in the top lane?
I mean, you know, these are just two carry top laners, so it really will be a skill matchup. Now, of course, Renekton does have the natural advantage in this matchup just because, you know, Renekton hard bullies a lane. But nonetheless, yeah, it really will, I really want to see how these two top laners take it to them. I think if there's no jungle pressure and if the lanes just stay the way that they are, then it will be whoever can reach level 6 and whoever can get that first, because otherwise Fiora might be in a little bit of a difficult position. The Renekton can obviously sustain above the Fiora, out-trade her in almost every single instance. That's what we're looking towards.
And in the past, look, Dandane has been a fantastic jungler. Like, he's someone that we want to step up. And the storyboard here for today is, can the aggression come through? Because we've noticed in the OCS, and it is week 5, the big overarching story is who plays the aggressive move first. You know, who brings in the over-aggression to the lanes, especially if it's from the jungle or roaming, has often come out victorious. Whoever plays first wins the game.
That's exactly the motto of the OCS, I believe. Just whoever, you know, pulls the trigger, goes to the early plays, that's who gets it. And it's not even on aggressive champions, despite the fact that we have a lot of Graves, Lee Sin, and Rengar players within the OCS. We also have a lot of Ivan players as well. And given the fact that Ivan isn't too aggressive early on, given the fact that he lacks a lot of damage, they still go really aggressive. And they sort of put on the carry pants and say, you know what, I'm going to get a really good score, and I'm going to rush that redemption and get these teamfights starting by like 10 minutes. So it's really crazy watching how these junglers interact.
Especially with Noxide. I mean, Dan Dane in the past has been an aggressive jungler. So if he can potentially do that again, potentially skyrocket Badoink ahead, especially when the guy's on a Yasuo. Look, yeah.
The legendary synergy of Dan Dane and Badoink with Badoink on a Yasuo.
We need to see it again. Like, we definitely want to see more from this Noxide lineup because they are 1-2 at the moment. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like, there is huge potential coming out of this. Now, Gragas just have 2 ways to activate Yasuo's ultimate,
Absolutely.
both the Belly Slam and also his ultimate. So either way that it works, you know, this is the Dan Dane and Badoink synergy. So if he misses one, he lands the other. He says, you know what, Badoink, just go into the middle of the enemy team. That's going to be the legendary synergy because, you know, this team coming into this, they've lacked that a lot. I mean, you take a look at previous weeks and you wouldn't even know that they had a duo synergy before this year. So until now, we really didn't get a showcase. Now is their time to shine.
I think we definitely are waiting for them to step up. But on the side of Alpha Sydney, look, they have been a growing team. Last week was a bit of a shock for them, but they're still looking ahead, still looking like a stronger team than we've seen Alpha Sydney in the past for OCS. So the one question I think we need to ask is Chaz too much of a lane bully? Is he too much of a threat from keeping this Noxide mid laner from getting ahead?
Oh, I don't believe so. I mean, like, looking at previous statistics, he's always played really safe laners, like, for instance, the Orianna, just sitting really far back in his lane, farming up until he gets his 2-3 item power spike, which takes about 25 minutes to do, so not much map presence before that point onwards. And there's more comfort with him than anything else, you know? If he sits on a comfortable champion, if he manages to really get that lead for himself just over his laner and nothing else, not really impact the map, then he is sitting comfortable for team fights. But that's sometimes backfired for his team.
Well, speaking of comfortable, it's still a wonder that Jin wasn't picked for Sombre. I mean, the scrims this week must have been pretty intense for him to go, let's pick up the Ashe as a first priority. I mean, in 7.4, yes, there have been nerfs to lethality, but it's still a priority first pick. And with Varus away and having that first pick, was it a mistake to pick the Ashe before picking up the Jhin?
I don't think it was a mistake. I think that, of course, Jhin is the better champion to pick in this instance. But if they've practiced the Ashe, if they want to go for more the utility route, then they're more than free to do so. And the Ashe is not terrible. That's the thing. With 7.4, Ashe is not terrible. It means that Jhin is nerfed. It means that Varus is nerfed. Yep. You get a whole lot of utility on your team that they might not have had before. And at the end of the day, just think about the combos that can potentially come out. Now, the thing that Alistar is lacking is the enemy standing still. I mean, if they keep on walking away from you while you're walking towards them, then it's sort of a lost game in the sense that you can't ever headbutt anybody to get the pulverize down.
Unless you have Mobies, Preacher.
Unless you have
Mobies.
I mean, unless you have Mobies, that's one of them. What's the other one? Get an Ashe ult into it.
Exactly right. Or a Yasuo. A Yasuo ult locks him down as well, but he's probably going to set up the Yasuo ult.
Follows the Alistar.
Potentially, I feel like this comp was built around Badoink. And that's the old sin that we saw end of last year, OCS, when, you know, what was the first game? Sin versus...
The very first game that they played, they had 5 knockups on the
They
team.
did.
So that was absolutely crazy. And, you know, a few less knockups in this game, only 3 available for them if you count Badoink himself, but still a lot of options for him to engage.
I'm definitely going to get on the hype train this game. When you have a Yasuo, when you have lots of knockups. I'm hitting my hands together because you can't get better than this. And I'm glad we don't see a Singed as well. I'll pop that one through. I mean,
yeah, questionable.
The fling is still a knockup, right? But a one-man knockup.
It is. I mean, it's a guaranteed knockup.
Fling back.
Well, yeah, but it is technically airborne, so you do get the Yasuo ult off of it. But I don't think we need to talk about it anymore.
All right, so one thing we do need to talk about is Artiferns on the Fiora. As he just pops across your screen there. Has started with the Doran's Blade. Doran's Blade for Yasuo mid as well. And a Doran's Blade on Ezreal. So something that we've seen switch back to is the standard meta of one pot, a Doran's Blade.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds weird to really analyze this point, but that was really weird because I think last week you were questioning a lot about the boot and 4-pot start.
There's no Jhin, though.
There's no Jhin, there's no Varus. It means there's not going to be a lot of poke coming out from this bot lane. And when there's a lack of poke, when there's a lack of trade advantage for either of these two teams, then it means that you have the freedom to really do so.
Well, pretty standard fan. However, Alpha Sydney sit in a brush, but good spotting from Dan Dane. Going to throw a barrel. Boop, boop. Doesn't walk into it, though. The thing is that Gragas, I mean, why did he fall out of the jungle? I know there were better picks, but was there any specific reason coming?
Other junglers just did it so much faster than him, you know? They could pretty much clear the whole side of their jungle, then meet him in his own side before he gets to his second buff. So that was really his downside. Now he gets a whole lot more sustain, so if they do meet him, then it's going to be deadly for them because Gragas is going to be on a deceptively high amount of health.
Yep.
That's pretty much it. Other than that, he's come back into the meta. It's only been small number changes that he's been needing. He's finally got them, so I'm glad to see.
Interesting start from Dan Dane as well, going straight to the Raptors, getting Bedoink to do a bit of a hard leash. He does pull up a couple of Raptors, so trying to get the Yasuo ahead with that 2 CS lead. Even sends the Steel Tempest over, but I mean, will it make much of a difference in the laning phase?
I think it will matter even more to Dan Dane, though, because Dan Dane did not get level 2 from that. So what it means is he has to go to his red, he has to solo it, he has to use his smite as well. It's a smite, so it's not going to be the end of the world, but it's really odd that they opt to give it over to Bedoink. It's not a lot of experience, it's not a lot of gold, but it is a huge denial from Dan Dane.
And it is level 2, apparently. And Chaz, you know, just loses sight of Bedoink for a second, who starts walking up. I think he's going to try and help Dan Dane with the red buff, because he does smite in the end, but Bedoink goes up, I think sends a Q over the wall and comes back to lane.
Very questionable choices, but nonetheless, that is what they've opted for. It means that Mubu is going to have a much safer jungle, and we really will have to keep eyes on Mubu within the first 5 minutes of the game because he has much more of a dominance roam.
And a safer jungle, but a quicker jungle as well. I mean, he's already onto the blue buff. Dan Dane has had to fast track it. Starting with Raptors, though, is not a common occurrence, so red to Wolves and then blue on Mubu will probably get that Scuttle Crab and start piquing his interest into Dan Dane's jungle.
Not only that, but I'm really happy about this way that Mubu started this game. He opted to start his red buff, which means that he will naturally go towards the top side of the jungle. It means that he can counter he can counter jungle Dan Dane, which is really advantageous in order to get Dan Dane behind. It also means that he's in a really great position to either gank top or mid. Both of these lanes are extremely volatile, so all in all, Mubu does have the jungle pressure advantage going towards him.
Definitely. I think this bottom lane, though, is a curious factor as we do switch back to mid. Okay, Bedoink, you might have been caught out here. He has the knock-up on Steel Tempest, walks away, and then we see the vital proc. Arda Ferns with the early 1v1.
So that's what we were talking about. I'm actually surprised that Froggadog didn't manage to get this early 1v1. Now, I wasn't expecting a First Blood at all coming out from either of these, but I certainly expected the Renekton getting that advantage. Nonetheless, in the mid lane.
Exhaust, knock-up, flash, looking for the follow-up, Bedoink gets the flash. And that is 2 early kills for Noxide.
I mean, realistically, it should be 1, but finally, Dan Dane comes onto the board. He's a slower one to gank, but hey, early Raptors, they pay off for Bedoink because what it means is that he's sitting just that little bit stronger than Chaz. He got that little experience buff. Didn't really count. I mean, it did actually count for the last
engage.
Stop
using the word little because he's level 4 and he has level 2.
Yeah, he's level 4. And he went into a level 3 Chaz, which means that he had the natural advantage going into this. So I don't know if they really planned the whole first 4 minutes of this game, but if they did, that was some immaculate maths coming out.
However, a summoner used from Dan Dane and no flash, no exhaust on Bedoink in the mid lane. Whether that is punishable by Mubu, we'll have to find out over the next 5 minutes. But 4 minutes in and an early 1.3k gold lead for Noxide means that this Yasuo pick already looks like a strong start. He will be going for that. Is that Jurgen's Fist? That's an interesting start.
Yeah, he's going for it, but in the top lane.
Mubu looking for the cocoon. Arda Ferns might be a little bit deep, but he goes for the 1v1 again on Froggadog. Make that a 1v2. He might die here from the Elise. One more auto should do it. And he does burn down, so Mubu just in the nick of time.
Oh, okay. So what happens is that he went a little bit too aggressive, tried to get it all the way onto Froggadog, took a turret hit for his troubles, and then he died.
Well, Dan Dane gets stopped up by Scatter the Weak, and Chaz again going to look for the damage. Froggadog here to join, but both at half health. The difference is Mubu's there, but unable to really complete anything with his mana, so Dan Dane walks away. Bedoink is still this overarching threat for Alpha Sydney right
And
now.
we really will have to keep our eyes on how Bedoink does scale throughout this game. Now, his Joram's Fist means that most likely he'll be going to that really annoying Frozen Mallet build where you just cannot run away from the Yasuo. Once he gets either a Q or an auto off onto you, it pretty much condemns you to a slow death, so we will really have to wait for that to scale. Of course, that does have about a 17-minute power spike because you need to get your Zeal item as well, whichever one he does choose to go for. But until then, you know, with that early first blood coming out for his lane, he's going to be sitting really comfortable going into chat.
Triple longsword on Artiferns up top. However, the Tiamat is the difference for Froggadog. So, I mean, just sort of that partially built item in comparison to solo items for the Fiora is going to make much of a difference?
Yeah, it's going to make a huge difference because essentially they're both going towards the same build path. They're both going towards either a Ravenous or a Titanic Hydra, but of course, Froggadog does have the natural advantage, and in the top side, Bedoink wants to go for something. There's no knock-up.
He's got a very early level 6, but yeah, the one champion that doesn't have a knock-up. Let's change that, because Dan Dane is now here. Bedoink is going to walk into Mubu Blind, misses the cocoon. The Vital has just appeared for Artiferns, but look, underneath the turret, they now turn onto the Renekton, and there's the knock-up. The last breath is what Froggadog takes. And Noxide with the rotation. Look for the first turret.
But Doink was just zoning off Mubu so beautifully over there. He knew that Mubu was going to come for the counter gank because Dan Dane showed his face in the top lane, and all of a sudden he just zones off the Elise, makes it a 1v3, gets the ulti off. Not only that, but also first turret.
The early game was always an impressive feat for Bedoink, and seeing him back in action with 2 kills on the board before 10 minutes is really what we wanted to see out of this Noxide lineup. I mean, yes, to play meta is good, but if you're more comfortable on your own picks, why not pick up that Yasuo?
I mean, I think we really have to highlight this going into week number 5. Of course, you take a look at last week, and 2 teams won by having extremely unorthodox picks coming out for their team lineup. So it's not even unorthodox in the sense that it doesn't work too well in this patch. It's just not the S tier right now, but it is most certainly comfort, and that's really the word that we're going for. Because if you're sitting comfortable on a champion, you're just bound to do better by sheer luck and trial of skill.
And with this early map rotation, Noxide have a 2k gold lead. They end up picking that first turret on the board. And along with that first dragon, I mean, it's only an Ocean Drake, but they've got a lot of control. Top river control especially, as Artiferns flashes, doesn't really go anywhere there. Tries to repel, uses the grand challenge on Mubu. He has to flash away. In the end, doesn't go so well, but Luminium has just popped up into the top lane. Froggadog unable to follow after popping that Dominus. Remen has rotated as well, and now they want their first structure.
Yeah, so this is really smart coming out from Alpha Sydney because they want to have a multi-man top lane just so they can hard push down this turret as a retaliation to the first blood. But it's not over!
Oh, double man knockup coming through. Bedoink's gone into action with last breath. In comes John Riggy as well with his own knockup. Bedoink, 3 kills. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, not going to matter. Bedoink locked down by the cocoon. Trying to run away. Where does the repel come down? Right on the same spot. Noxide, really not enough mana to follow from Dan Dane. Bedoink's still looking quite eager for this one. Bubble misses. John Reed, Artifernes has just popped up from behind. And now Mubu is going to go down from the Gragas. Meanwhile, Bedoink is looking very, very enticing once again, but no one able to finish him off. Artifernes, Aqua Prison flashed away, and the Yasuo is going nuts. He's going to pick up his 4th kill, Preacher. And Noxide, just what happened in the break between last week and this week?
What do we say, Hysterics? Comfort, comfort, comfort. You put your players on comfort champions and they will deliver you the goods. Take a look at Noxide. They're most certainly ahead right now.
Preacher. It's just, it's quite incredible to see the Yasuo return. Noxide have almost a 4k gold lead at 9 minutes. This is putrid. The word is definitely got to be putrid because Noxide haven't been playing this good through the competition. They then go back to their roots. That includes the Gragas. That includes Bedoink going on the Yasuo. John Riggy's joined in with the Alistair. And the map rotation there was just fantastic. I mean, now so many items are getting built. Yasuo again, Bedoink just doesn't have his first item, but it doesn't matter. He's got the Zeal, he's got the Jargon's Fist, he's got Merc Treads. And the rest of Noxide are joining in with him. They're looking really strong.
Now, this might hurt Noxide in the long run by simply defaulting to what they're comfortable on time and time again. But at the very least, in the short term, they're going to pick up wins left, right, and center. Because take a look at this legendary duo. We haven't seen it in the previous weeks, but all of a sudden, you get a Yasuo on the board, you get a Gragas on the board as well, and the Dan Dane Bedoink comes all the way to life. Now, he's used his ultimate twice in this game, and he's got huge success off both of them.
Well, that's going to be the Ocean Drake picked up for Noxide as well. And How could they really resist with all the map pressure? 10 minutes in, huge, strong early game. Let's see how they proceed into the mid game, especially when you have someone like the Renekton. But if he's not being a lane bully now, will he ever?
I mean, effectively, it's going to be really hard for him. It also means that he's not going to have the 1v1 advantage. If you let Artiferns get to his 2-item power spike, even at the same time as you as a Renekton, then what it means is that Fiora is just going to be able to 1v1 you and pretty much win every single split push. It's going to be really hard for Alpha Sydney to win the side pushing lane.
Chaz is just playing way back in this lane, too scared to really pop up into Bedoink's face. Bedoink again is on the roam. Bottom lane looks under threat, but the rest of Alpha Sydney are going to read on this rotational play and just let Noxide have the turret.
And this is what we were discussing right before this game started, how these two teams, they need to go in with an aggressive mindset and also pull the trigger when it comes to a lot of these plays. But speaking of it,
Crystal Arrow goes through mid, but it's a little too early as Mubu gets a cocoon, no one to follow up. It will still be the turret, and it will still be a massive gold lead for Noxide, so they're still playing it in perfect hands.
They do, and every single team needs to be watching this game right now because this is what Noxide are showing the OCS. You go aggressive, you make these plays. Are they 100% perfect? No. But do they work out? Well, you tell me. 7-1, they're sitting really comfortable. They got more turrets. They got a dragon on the board for them as well. I'd say that they're sitting extremely comfortable, and this is really what they have to prove. The fact that OCS, all you need to do is be confident in your plays and to make a lot of them.
And let's have a look at the goal between mid lane, because that is huge at this stage of the game as well. I mean, to have that 200, 400, that is 1,400 preacher, if I'm not wrong. How's my math? 1,500 just about between Bedoink and Chaz. Even in the top lane, that's almost 1,000. So
I mean, that's really what you get when there's a 4-kill difference, right? Even in the top lane, Artiferns is just so far ahead of Froggadog. Froggadog's died 3 times now, so not only are you giving the kill gold over, but the huge thing that you're giving over is the CS that you're missing while you're dead, while you're traveling back to lane, and all of a sudden, that's taking a huge burden on Froggadog. Now, we saw Froggadog on carries before, of course, the Darius in the very first week that he played. Not really to our liking, and maybe this is something that reinforces our point that he should be playing tank champions.
Definitely should. Maybe that was the ideal draft phase for Alpha Sydney. I mean, you look at their champion pool, and they've got the Syndra, they've got the Ezreal, champions that take a while to ramp up. Of course, Syndra more to that mid game, but the Ezreal, who needs a lot of time on the board.
Oh yeah,
to get his item.
Pretty much spike. 6 items, right? You're not really online until you get every single item on the map. And look, this is what we say every single time we see it. The fact that you are allowed to take Rift Herald just shows how far ahead in the game you are. Because we always say it takes a lot of resources to do. I just want to see who they give it over to.
I mean, Bedoink's not there, so I would have said straight away Bedoink, but it will be Artiferns that picks it up. And I mean, a split pushing Fiora makes a lot of sense. And a Fiora that's close to the Black Cleaver, close to a... That's a Sheen in the inventory.
That's going to a Triforce.
It can't be a Triforce Fiora, surely. Is that a thing?
I've never seen it. Of course, it is the Black Cleaver dominance that we have known, but this is what his build's indicating. So nothing else really goes out of all of these items.
Unless you go for Iceborne Gauntlet, Black Cleaver.
I mean, there are some good things that come out of a Black Cleaver build coming out for Fiora. Now, she can activate the Sheen part of it every single time whenever she lunges. That's on a very short cooldown. Also, it still gives you 20% cooldown reduction, just like Black Cleaver, so not too much of a problem with that. But all in all, still really weird to see. It's really the attack speed that doesn't make sense, but Chaz
tries to get out, but way too late there. Dandane to follow it up. Teleport cancelled. Dandane almost goes down to the True Shot Barrage, but Doink looking for his last breath. In comes Mubu, though, unable to really reciprocate any sort of damage. Chaz does go down, so it's a 1-for-0, and it's really just free pressure for Noxide.
And that really indicates how far behind Froggadog is. Because you have to take a look at how Froggadog didn't play that last engage. He could have very well dashed and stunned somebody up on the side of Noxide. But the fact that he didn't just really indicates how far back he is, how he knows that he's just losing this lane so much, and how tanky he's not coming into 14 minutes.
Well, Noxide continue to siege, and sending that Steel Tempest out is the most important thing for Bedoink, creating pressure. Some more hits onto that turret, but Noxide know when the damage is done, and they're going to walk away with Dragon a minute 20 up. The next priority comes online on the board.
Look, I'm really happy about all of these calls that Noxide are doing, especially backing off at the correct times. Now, they could just infinitely push this, and we have seen teams do it before. it really does push him towards the losing point. But right now, Noxide getting away from that bot lane, also getting away from that top lane about 5 minutes earlier when they were pushing it to the inner turret. It really does indicate that they're playing this game really cleanly. The only death on the board is 2 Artiferns because he was pushing way too aggressively into Froggadog after that first blood solo kill. So beyond that point, you know, they just want to make some crisp rotations. They don't want to take any fights that are 50-50.
And they're rotating so well, but Artiferns, yeah, it was a 2v1. As we do see, look, I think that Yasuo is pretty fair to Preacher. What are you pointing at the screen? What's wrong?
I'm talking about the Trinity Force. Take a look at it. It's now been completed by Artiferns.
I just saw that as well.
Yeah,
okay.
He's gone for it.
Fiora with Trinity Force. I was more looking at the Yasuo. Yasuo looks to be the highlight, but with Artiferns picking up Trinity Force, has the Tiamat. Let's contemplate why Trinity Force over something like a Titanic?
Because
or
the Sheen.
Ravenous?
The Sheen. It works on your lunge. You have lunge up pretty much 2 to 3 seconds by the time that you get to max cooldown reduction. Artiferns is going to be sitting really comfortable going into Froggadog. He practically wants the 1v1, and he's got the mid-game power spike.
So really just about that, about the lunge, I guess.
Yep.
So interesting to see how Fiora sort of dominates this lane even more, or if this hurts her and potentially gives something back to Froggadog. There is no tank in this Alpha Sydney composition. They've got to run through and they've got to find something between this early to mid game. Gets to late, might have an Ezreal online, but what do you have in terms of front line?
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about. The fact that Alpha Sydney, because Froggadog is so far behind, is not going to be the tank line that they need. We already talked about tankless compositions coming into the OCS, how it doesn't really work out too well, and Artiferns is looking to exploit that. But speaking of which, here's an arrow.
Enchanted Crystal arrow repelled as Dandane's there to follow it up. He's looking for the solo kill now, explosive cast, but Doink just joins in with the last breath. And I bet Mumu can't breathe right now.
Nah, it looks like Mumu, he's sitting in a bad spot. He was caught out just as his Mountain Drake spawns, and that's going to be really punishing for him. 2 Drakes now going over to Noxide. That's something that's really hard to come back from because Mountain Drakes, they definitely help the mid-game.
True Shot Barrage comes through, but well done from Dandane to just sort of wait as he sees the start of that channel. They do pick up a Mountain Drake on top of the ocean. 2 turrets down and a goldie that is ever growing. 6k in the lead, and Noxide is really showing us a performance that we've been wanting since day number 1.
All right, so this is something that we didn't really expect. Dandane's actually opted to, I mean, not Dandane, but Bedoink has actually opted to go for the Starix Gauge as opposed to the Frozen Mallet. He wants that little bit of extra tankiness. He also gets a burst of damage when that pops as well. And that's going to be really easy for him to proc because everybody's going to be focusing him into the middle of the team fight. But even more than that, it highlights the fact that Bedoink doesn't have to be the carry. All he needs to be is that CC extender for his team. The fact that people who are knocked up stay knocked up, and that allowed Artiferns to carry by himself. Now, the Black Cleaver build is excellent when you go into a 5v5 team composition, and all that really happens... Oh, Chaz?
Explosive cask again, but Doink stops the channel, really not getting sent away. The 1v2 is just sad, and Bedoink with his 6th kill of the game.
I mean, at this point, Bedoink is really unstoppable, and you don't need to get Bedoink any more ahead. The fact of the matter is that Artiferns, he just needs to carry by himself. That's what Trinity Force does. Black Cleaver, it just helps other teammates.
You know what Bedoink said? He said, watch out tonight, I'm coming. And exactly how he's playing.
I mean, he's delivered.
He has definitely delivered, and it looks like he's playing on the offensive, but also building a bit of defense in his build. So you got the Phantom Dancer, as you said, you know, potentially one of the tankiest items when you look at the stats. Starix Gauge as well. He might see a Hex Drinker coming through. I mean, the endless possibilities for this Yasuo are quite incredible.
Yeah, I thought that he would have actually gone for the Hex Drinker just going into Chaz, but the fact that he's delayed it, the fact that he's been allowed to get this Phantom Dancer means that he's sitting in a really good position. One of the things that Yasuos can do is mid-ultimate, they can actually send out a Steel Tempest, and that applies their Phantom Dancer onto whoever they're ulting. So that just reduces damage before they even come down.
The ward priority as well is something from Noxide that we have to look at because you can see their vision has just been pushed up. And this bottom side, this red side of the jungle for Mubu, doesn't look too appealing right now because Alpha Sydney can't walk through it without getting spotted.
And that's going to be really punishing for Mubu because one of the things that Mubu does when he gets a little behind is he just hard farms his jungle.
Yeah.
The fact that his jungle is denied from him is going to be really punishing coming into this one because it means that he's going to be low on resources. He's got a lot of lanes that don't really need his help. Take a look at how far back Chaz is sitting.
Doesn't even go in the lane.
CS is about to die and he doesn't even go up to contest it because he knows that he could potentially get collapsed on by the side of Noxide. And that's going to be really hard for Mubu because there are not a lot of good plays that he can do. He doesn't want to make for active ganks, and that's going to really come back to bite him.
And now they start pushing mid, you know, the last sort of outer turret that's available. They're still putting pressure on it, but they're going to rotate around. I mean, they don't really have to do Baron, but it is available if they choose to. That control ward is going to stop any sort of vision coming into that pit. Noxide just looking for their next pick.
And they're going really aggressive into Alpha Sydney's jungle. I mean, they were practically trying to contest that blue buff. Blue buff wasn't up, obviously, so not a lot to do there. Tank the Cocoon as well. But the fact that they can go into Alpha Sydney's jungle so aggressively and not have any punishment go down onto them really does indicate that they're trying to get the pressure down onto this one. But speaking of pressure, Alpha Sydney, they're pushing it back onto the mid lane.
As a 4-man unit here, I mean, I guess this is the best response. They can't even get the damage necessary because there's a lot of wave clear. There's a lot of sustain from Sombre as well. Jaunry is looking for this engage. Alpha Sydney, I mean, how do they come back into this game?
Yeah, I mean, you just mentioned what I really wanted to talk about, but the way they come back into this game is most certainly not sieging up the mid lane as a 4-man unit, because what it means is that you're clumped up for either an Alistar or a Gragas to go in and then enable Bedoink to get into the middle of your team composition. So a big no-no for them, and Luminium gets caught.
Are you serious? Bedoink with the last breath after the explosive cast. He is going to go down here eventually. Flash to dodge the Aqua Prison, but I mean, you keep feeding Bedoink these kills, and good things are going to come of it.
I mean, what good things are going to come? A Baron's definitely on the menu, and they're certainly looking hungry. So going towards the Baron, not a lot that Alpha Sydney can do. I'm not too certain that Mumu wants to contest this. This looks really bad.
I mean, the flash comes in. Jaunry headbutts away. Froggadog's in the middle of the fight. The Dominus doing a lot. Dandane almost goes down. They do get Jaunry. So Alpha Sydney, a response on the board.
Okay, so they actually do manage to stop the Baron take, which is really good on them. The only downside is the fact that they have to pop a lot of ultimates, and they actually can't take the Baron for themselves, but they're finally getting a little bit for themselves on the map. And the huge gold difference that you see between Alpha Sydney and Noxide comes from the latent gold that Alpha Sydney is not tapped into. So there are a lot of turrets still up available for them that are effectively freestanding gold. And right now, if they can manage to push it back, because Noxide, they do have a huge lack of choices when it comes to getting extra gold on the map for themselves. They've already tapped into their early game gold potential. It could start swinging into something that's much more even around the 3k gold mark, and if they can close it up to within 3k, then it's not going to be too scary for them to take team fights.
And realistically, with Froggadog, you have to note that he's got his Black Cleaver, he's got his first item, and for Renekton, that is much more potent than, I dare say, a Trinity Force on a Fiora that doesn't normally build Trinity Force.
We will have to wait and see. I mean, I'm thinking really good things about the Trinity Force. I don't really think that you should just dismiss it as a bad thing. Of course, it's not a meta thing. It doesn't help out your team.
It's not bad. It's just, it's interesting, I think is the word.
It is. It's extremely interesting, and I want to see how he applies it. Now, it certainly has a lot more power in soloing 1v1 in the split push than a Black Cleaver does. Black Cleaver has more in a team fight, but if they want to play towards that advantage, if they want to play towards the split push, then Artifice is built towards it.
Well, it looks like it might be going for that Ravenous next, as we can see in the Fiora build, though. So pair the two together, and we could see an unstoppable force from that top lane split push. Now that we're in week 5, I mean, Noxide, you know, they're really struggling to contest for these top tier spots, but at least show their mettle, show what they've got, keep them safe for another split is the main cause here. And going up against Alpha Sydney, who at the moment are sitting 3rd, Noxide of course being 6th. Yep, they are tied for 3rd. This could be a really big win for them.
Yeah, and Alpha Sydney, they're sitting in a much better position. So what it means for them is that Noxide, they're really fighting their way up. But what a way to fight up, because there's a Baron being taken right now. And Alpha Sydney, if they know this, it could be really explosive.
I mean, Noxide, do they really need to take the Baron here? Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Mubu gets caught out. Dandane doesn't use the ultimate, but they still get Mubu. And then they re-engage the Baron.
The fact that Mubu died without Bedoink using his ultimate means that he has this for another team fight coming in.
Coming through here, he should have the smite, the flash away from Sombre. Everyone from Noxide is going down, but then Bedoink joins in on the fight. Remen has to flash away, sends up the wind wall, do the dance with no pants, I was going to say. Double kill coming through from Bedoink. And it's still a win for Noxide.
Yeah, that's going to be a really huge win coming out for Noxide. I mean, I guess there's not too much to say about that. It's just the fact that they're so far ahead of that. The fact that they've got that Baron buff as well in the middle of that team fight, even though they did have that huge Baron debuff, just wasn't enough damage coming out from Alpha Sydney. Mumu was dead, so there was no way they could potentially contest the Baron, and it all goes awry for them. But Noxide sitting very comfortable, and yeah, we have to go back to the point. Bedoink, he said it, and he's delivering.
Okay, so speaking of delivering 9-0-2 on this Yasuo, I mean, I feel like Did he use Last Breath in that fight? I don't feel like he did.
He did. I mean, it has a really short cooldown, so you can't tell. It's
well,
up already.
There you go. But he's got an Infinity Edge now. So he's gone from being purely an annoyance, being survivability, to yes, there's my crit, that works with my passive, and he's going to start doing a hell of a lot more damage.
I mean, he's sitting on a 100% crit chance right now. With that build and also his passive, he's got a crit every single auto.
Okay, so Noxide now, I mean, at 25 minutes, I haven't seen a gold lead like this. This is almost 12k. Like, this is huge. Top laners have such a discrepancy between them, but the mid is something that really needs to be noted here. If you look at the gold between Badoink and Chaz, you will notice a lot of numbers are between that. Like, that is 4k. That is 4k and growing.
Yeah, that is a huge gap. Nearly 5k gold difference between Badoink and Chaz. And this is the thing that Noxide was struggling with. Now, they always said that they wanted to be a mid-lane-centric team. But the downsides of that is if Badoink doesn't get ahead, then how's that mid-lane-oriented playstyle going for you if you don't really get that going from the get-go? All of a sudden, you put him back on his Yasuo, and he starts carrying a whole lot more.
And the thing is here, we've noticed in the OCS, teams are struggling to close out Preacher. Last week, we saw a lot of lengthy games coming through. What was the shortest again? Was it?
The shortest one was 1 second short of 40 minutes. So, yeah, that's a really long game times coming in from that team. And it really does indicate the fact that these teams are not really sitting comfortable when it comes to closing out this game. But with this huge a gold gap, if Noxide doesn't manage to close out this game before the 30-minute mark, then we have a lot of questions to ask them.
Well, the thing is, it's 14-3 on the board. I mean, this has been the most dominating game, I dare say, of the OCS so far. And it's just, honestly, a fantastic showcase from Noxide. 2-item, 3-item power spikes coming through. Boo decides this is a time to be proactive, as John Riggy does get caught out here. Scatter the Weak to stun him down, but too tanky. Meanwhile, this is what you've left open in your base. Noxide are going to get an inhibitor by 27 minutes.
I mean, that's the classic 1-2-2. You put an Ashe in the mid lane and you just say, all right, here's the bait. Everybody go over for him. Meanwhile, you got a Fiora in the top. You got Badoink and Dandane in the bottom. That awesome duo. And now they're pushing down this turret with not much congestion.
And an awesome duo is a fantastic way to phrase this game, as Badoink looks to push his lead once again. Goes in onto Revan with the last breath. Froggadog is stunned up. Meanwhile, double knockup, but no ult to follow from Yasuo. It doesn't matter because Badoink individually with Sombra is doing so much damage. They're crushing this fight. Badoink has a GA. Okay, he's going to come back to life. That's all right.
He's going to get out.
He's fine. So Noxide's still crushing the base. They've got 2 inhibitors. Wow. And they pick up another kill because Artiferns is huge. And now they're struggling. No, not struggling. They're looking to finish the game.
Yeah, they're looking to finish it. They've got 4 members as opposed to 2. They're barreling down this base. Baron buff has ended, but I don't really think they need it given everything else that's happening on the map.
Okay, teams have been struggling to close out the OCS. They've been looking at ways to improve that, and obviously Noxide have been one of those teams because at 28 minutes, they do get a Nexus turret. They look stronger than ever. They've got a massive gold lead. And they've got the whole map at their pleasure.
And pretty much what it means is that they can go back, they can reset, and then they can either go for the full completionist method of pushing down top lane and getting that inhib as well, or simply running it down mid and finishing the game before Alpha Sydney even really know that it's happening. Now, this game's not going to end before 30 minutes, so we still do have that criticism, but it's very close. And the fact that they got this really close, you really got to applaud Noxide. I mean, they played really good League of Legends. It wasn't sloppy in the least. They didn't take any 50-50 plays. They knew they were going to win team fights by the time they took him, also objectives. So they really made a lot of really crisp and clear shot calls.
Just watch Artiferns in base, and he pulled up the Bloodthirst as we see a 1v1. Dandane has come through. Kill secured, we're going to call it from John Riggy, but even when Dandane's doing a lot of damage because he has a level advantage, and yeah, Teleport looking to sort of end this game, you know something's going crazy. Badoink and Artiferns are mid once again, but it doesn't look too great for Alpha Sydney.
Yeah, I mean, this is really what they need to do. They just need a hard pressure both mid and bot, and then the rest of the team can just take top turret, top inhib, and then all of a sudden 3 inhib, double minions spawning every single wave. It's going to be near impossible for Alpha Sydney to defend. So Noxide, just finish it out, very clinical.
Only 1 turret remains, and that is the Nexus turret with the last inhibitor to be taken down. Noxide are trying to put the nail in the coffin, and John Riggy's looking to be the one to do it as he's finding that 3-man knock-up that Badoink dreams of. 10-0 and 3 on this Yasuo. Definitely got to give him the MVP. And if Alpha Sydney are going to fight, they're going to fight now. So Dan Dane comes in, sends away one member, but it's going to be the repel. But Doink is just cleaning up alongside the Fiora. I can't say anything but very clinical coming from Noxide.
And barely above 30-minute victory. Look,
I'll agree with that.
Yeah, we've got to say, this team, I dare say, has looked the most dominant out of any game that we've ever seen in the OCS this year.
I think the genuine surprise was there because we were going, okay, Alpha Sydney actually look pretty clean at the moment. Mubu has been stepping up, and the rest of the Alpha Sydney lineup have been impressing us day by day. But Noxide, by going back to their roots, by going back to the classic meta that was in 6.2 or, you know, whatever, the patch before World 6.22.
Yeah, I mean, we're going all the way back to Season 6 at this point, but this is really the thing that gets this team. Now, if they can keep going at the pace that they're going, then sure, it's going to help them in the short term. In the long term, potentially not, because it means that they don't really get a chance to bend towards the meta. They don't get to change a lot of these champions to ones that are really strong as the patch currently stands. But going back to it in the short term, picks you up wins and makes you look really dominant doing so.
Well, Noxide, of course, picking up their second win, but we're going to go to a 5-minute break, and then the OCS will be back with you very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. That'd be silly, wouldn't it, Preacher?
It would.
Definitely would. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series, week number 5. Myself, Hysterics, and next to me, Preacher, are very glad to be with you here because our next game is a big one. It's one of the undefeated taking on Legacy Genesis. Of course, I'm referring to Outlaws and their 4-0 win streak.
Yeah, so Outlaws have been going really amazingly throughout here, not dropping a single game. It means they're sitting really comfortable going into playoffs, but we've already mentioned that. Let's take a look on the other side. Legacy Genesis, they are sitting 1-3. They're currently 7th place. They've only picked up a single win going into this week. They want to pick up another one going up against Outlaws. Now, Outlaws, this is a team that's been a little bit shaky coming into this one because they've had a lot of roster swaps, but nonetheless, every single week they managed to prevail time and time again. And it really does go back to the point that we were talking about before. Now, Meta, they did not pick Meta last week. They picked Vayne, they picked Bard in the bottom lane, and it worked.
That's what matters. I liked it.
It worked.
Well, Vayne went really well last week. And the thing is, Scam was still the strongest member for me. Although Rain was flawless, it still looked like, end of the day, we need to look at Scam Diggity and continue to say, or ask, can he step up to the plate time and time again, whether at a deficit or in a lead?
Look, here's the deal, because we were talking a little bit before today, and I think that we're split on which jungler is the best within the OCS. Now, I personally am of the belief that Scam Diggity is the best. You believe somebody else is the best, so...
We'll talk about Lisa when he comes into
Yeah,
fruition.
we'll talk about Lisa when it comes to Lisa's turn, but nonetheless, I think that Scam Diggity is a real huge power player, and I'm only looking forward to see how he plays this week.
I definitely agree with that. Now that we've jumped into Champ Select, however, there's been some weird bans to start off the night, and with a lot left open, like in the last Champ Select, prioritizing the Rengar as a first ban is a little bit curious, but no Kha'Zix really prioritized yet tonight.
No, I mean, like, Kha'Zix just simply isn't a favorite, and we would have to go back to the track record of these junglers. Now, a lot of these Kha'Zixes haven't performed all that well, so unfortunately, it looks like they simply don't want to go back onto that champion. It means that you don't get a tank in the jungle. It means that one less person gets to be tanky, and they don't really want that.
I've got to ask, when will Rumble have his day? Like, this is not fair. Every single time. It's Rumby, by the way, as I figured out this week.
Capital I.
Capital I makes it look like Rumble, but when will he have his day? It's going to be banned out again. A big priority in Europe, of course. Haven't seen too much in Australia, whether it's the jungle or the top lane. However, Oceania, thank you very much, Mr. Producer. I pointed to Jimmy there, but Graves taken off the board. It might leave Camille open as the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, Camille is definitely a glaring option for Legacy Genesis to really ban off, and the fact that they haven't gone for it is really dangerous to them. Now, it really does challenge Outlaws to see if they have practiced it enough.
Well, the question is, are you going to put Comfort over Meta? And we've seen 50-50 of the 50% of the time. Oh God, I'll never say that again. Is that they've put priority on the Comfort so far.
Yeah, and I'm really happy to see the Comfort. Now, it just so happens that Lee Sin is both Comfort and Meta. Going over to Scam Diggity, it means that he's going to have a really good time in the jungle. I can only assume that he's going to have a good time going into Babip, who last week didn't really perform that well. But hey, speaking of Comfort...
Are they imitating the sister team? Can I just say, like, okay, whatever. You know, whatever works for you. But the Lucian Brom has been seen in the OPL. It's been seen as, like, a counter first pick to anything that can be offered in terms of lethality or in terms of poke in the AD carry.
Yeah, it just means that you just go straight and kill the enemy bot lane. What do they do? They try to poke you out. They try to get a little bit of a CS advantage scale towards the 17-minute mark. You say none of that. I'm just going to kill you straight in lane over and over again. That's really Lucian's power. You also put it with Brom, you know, the standard double tap. You just get a stun off every single time from range. It's one of the best combos out there for killing.
And a priority comes through in terms of Karma, because we know that Nami gets absolutely negated by Brom's Unbreakable. See whether the Legacy Genesis prioritize the Rise coming through here, because Harry's been playing it, but no, Orianna instead.
No, they actually opt to go for the Orianna. And yeah, I really want to go back to that point, the fact that these teams aren't picking up the Rise. The Rise is huge, not only in his ability to team fight, but in his ability to split push. So I will keep on mentioning that point until some of these OCS teams go and prioritize it.
Well, not Rise this time. So the Orianna with the first ban coming through from Legacy Genesis now picking up that Jhin, denying away that Jhin from Rain, which would be the other sensible pick left for lethality 80 carries. Then you start looking at things like the Ashe, like the Sivir, or potentially the Vayne again.
Yeah, I mean, if everything goes down that way, then Rain could always pick up Vayne, who he did very well, and he didn't drop a single kill last week. I mean, he didn't drop a single death, which means that he was sitting so comfortable. You know, a perfect KDA. He's going through that, and he's got Willaris as well. Now, Willaris, was a mid laner, has rotated down into the support position. They wanted to keep Rysan in the mid lane because of how well he was doing. And Willaris being that aggressive gives Rain that real room to breathe when it comes to the laning phase.
Of course, picking up that Bard last week, which was a very imperative pick, as we soon
yeah.
found out. A great sort of anti-Jhin support, if I dare say. But by getting rid of the Jhin, I mean, might not be as big of a priority. Jace as well. But there's pretty standard bans. The only thing I still see left open is the Camille.
Yeah, Camille's just still open, and it's really strange how neither of these two teams prioritize it. I mean, I guess in a sense, Legacy Genesis, if they want to pick it, it is still open. They haven't got a top laner, they can go for it. But if they opt not to go for it, they can just pick a really tanky one, like we have just seen. Yeah,
well, as you
just
say.
as I say it. And, you know, Nautilus still very standard. Don't need to talk about his strength. CC's for days.
Okay, so Outlaws, I mean, what's their response here? They've already got the Shen, so that's fine. That means there's going to be no Camille. Unless you want to run that Camille into the mid lane. Preacher has been done. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Top jungle mid support.
Apart from AD carry. Yeah. I haven't seen an AD carry Camille just yet.
I mean, I doubt that we're going to see it happen. I mean, jungle is still open for Legacy Genesis, so never say never, but I doubt it's going to happen.
Okay, so we'll be the Ezreal again. So I like how the OCS teams this time around, this week around, have actually been picking up the Ezreal as a priority over something potentially like an Ashe or a Sivir.
Yeah, I mean, Ezreal does have a little bit of a later scaling, but it really does favor the OCS. OCS doesn't like to close out games early on. They like to wait until the 6 item mark, at the very least the 5 item mark, and that worked towards Ezreal. He fully stacks the tier, he gets all of his items, and he's all online ready to go. So, you know, this Ezreal, especially in the OCS, works well.
Okie dokie. That is going to be an Echo mid for Rysan. Preacher, something that hasn't been really looked at. I mean, it's potentially as a counter to Syndra, but to Orianna, what are your thoughts?
I mean, he's not going to have a terrible laning phase. He has, of course, got the time winding to go forwards, backwards, pick up a lot of CS along the way, so he's going to be sitting comfortable. But don't play with my heart, because you did this last week, Babib.
Doesn't play with your heart. It is going to be the Nidalee. I've had a lot of own speech therapy this week of getting players' names right.
I've been helping you.
And getting Nidalee.
Yeah, Nidalee.
Nidalee. Why do I say Nidalee?
I don't know. I mean, like...
Nidalee.
Yeah, Outlaws Nidalee, and they got at least him. But on the other side, you know, you got Babib on this Nidalee. Now, Babib's playstyle last week left a lot to be desired in the early game. So later on, he performed amazingly. He went into the mid game with his 3-item power spike, was assassinating pretty much everybody who he hit with his spears. But early on, did practically no ganks, and the only thing that he did do when the enemy jungler ganked was go into their jungle and take a camp.
And it has been a sort of revised meta for this pick and ban phase, I think we should say. Picking the Lucian Braum is a different bot lane, but it is kind of like revisiting what Legacy did in the OPL. Yep. Correct me if I'm wrong, producer. I know I always am. But the thing is, Lucian Braum, easy to proc that concussive blows. And on a champion like Ezreal that has one dash away, but then after that has no escape, I mean, it's going to take a lot from Willaris to sort of keep Rain alive.
Yeah, and not only that, but the fact that they can both dash forward. You know, Lucian can use his E forward, and then Braum can use that as a springboard to get into that. It really does mean that there's going to be a lot of kill potential down into the bottom lane, and I look forward to seeing that, because Ezreal's always go for the tier first. It means that their first back, if they don't get a cull with that tier, they get no power spike to really fight in the lane. They would need to wait to their second back in order to get some damage down for them, and Lucian can completely exploit that.
Lucian hasn't really come into fruition just yet. So we're going to have a look at that bottom lane and see how it's affected in that laning phase and if he can get ahead. Now, you saw last game, the early jungle pressure, the aggression is what we wanted to talk about this week, and it was done so well last game. So this game again, I mean, you're going up against Scam Diggity, who can play from a deficit, but who also in the past has shown some early aggression as well.
Yeah, I mean, Scam Diggity is potentially one of the most aggressive junglers in the early game.
Yeah.
Now, you compare it over to Babib, not the same story. So if we're talking about aggression and aggression winning, Scam Diggity's got the trade.
Okay, so even against a Nidalee, you don't think that there's a potential to sort of match that aggression at all?
I mean, Babib can really match it in his own right, but I think that Scam's going to have the gank advantage. Scam's going to go into lanes, and he's just going to get that down for himself. Babib, if he trades over camps, it's all right. I mean, he did really wait out the game until the mid-game to really win it for Legacy Genesis last week, but that's really the only way that he can play it.
And we have been talking in the past, another point about Legacy Genesis is that Hayri needs to step up, we think. Laning phase is fine.
Yep.
But go into the macro and play that team fight. And as we've been talking about, you know, a champion that would potentially suit him more is the Orianna, because you have to play the macro.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, you can't split push on it. It means that you have to join the 4. It has to be a 1-4 split push instead of a 1-3-1. And that really does favor them, because what it means is that it forces Harry to really go into the middle of team fights. And you got to hit that shockwave no matter what you do. I mean, that's pretty much the only gimmick that Orianna has, you know, deliver that shockwave into the enemy team, get that multi-man shockwave. And if he manages to deliver, it means that he's certainly worked on his communication with his team.
Now, Legacy Genesis, they're 7th here, so they're not looking too strong. They're trying to stay away from relegation, but the promotion tournament is looking better and better for Outlaws. What do Legacy Genesis need to do here to take off that first place visitor in the team? I'm talking about Outlaws. Where's their weakness lie, and what are they going to have to make sure they do?
Play towards the same strengths that they played towards last week. So practically, you're allowed to fall a little bit behind early, so long as they don't take all of your inners and practically get more than a 10-kill advantage. It's going to be all right. Obviously, you're not going to sit in a great position, but wait until Babbitt scales up. Wait until he gets his 3-item power spike, more or less unadulterated by really jungle interference and a little bit of questionable ganks coming out left, right, and center. He just gets that very clear, linear scaling path for himself. And after that point, just wait until they walk towards you and catch them off guard.
So you think there's definitely an opportunity for Outlaws here to fall behind, or at least fall behind in that mid game, and then Legacy Genesis just take it out?
Well, no, it's not necessarily that way. I think the Outlaws is almost certainly going to take out the early game, especially with Scam Diggity in the jungle. I think it really is the mid game where Legacy can really pit them and pull it back for themselves.
Okay, well, we're going to have to wait and see, because Outlaws, remember, are undefeated, and the potential that Scam Diggity has in that jungle as one of the top 2 junglers, decided by myself and Preacher. Mainly Preacher, though. He knows what he's talking about. In the jungle in the OCS, I mean, that's absolutely big. Lisa being the other one coming through from Regicide, but Outlaws here, they're sitting pretty. They haven't dropped a game, and the biggest thing I want to look at, apart from Scam Diggity, is that top lane again there, because, I mean, there's some versatility, there's some sustainability as well. Preacher, there's just so much that Outlaws are doing right that it's hard to fault.
Look, I really have to put a huge question mark going onto their top lane, Little Cop. His performances have been a little bit lacking and left a lot to be desired coming out of the top lane, especially considering that top lanes are the one in the 1-4 split push every single time. They are the ones with the teleport. They are the ones who have to come back into the team fights to get CC down onto the enemy team. And in the sense that you just play tanks, in the sense that you don't really have the onus of carrying on your back, then sure. Little Cop does fine. But
sustainability and all that. He fits in nicely.
Yeah, he fits in really nicely. But once you put him into a carry position, once you say, hey, maybe our other lanes aren't doing so well, maybe you need to be the one to do it, that's his time to shine.
And I think he has gotten better over the past couple of weeks as we do jump into game number 2 of the night with Outlaws and Legacy Genesis walking onto the Rift. But like we said, we want to see more out of Little Cop. I guess he is still quite a safe laner, but in terms of sacrificing his life, he does that a lot. But, I mean, it has worked out for Outlaws, but we want to see more, yeah.
It's Shen's point, right? Shen effectively puts a shield onto somebody else, and if he can die first in a team fight, then what that means is that he's absorbed enough damage such that the rest of his teammates don't have to die. So, it really is his ultimate position if he does want to do that. But one thing that I really want to talk about, especially that does affect Little Cop, is the fact that he's going into Rumble on the
Rumby?
Yeah, Rumby on the Nautilus, who's actually opted to go for a Doran's Ring start.
So Doran's Ring start, but going for the Doran Shield, I guess, for the proc of the passive from Nautilus?
Yeah, I mean, it just, in general, gives you so much health regeneration that you really can't pass it up as a first item to pick up as any tank in the top lane. It doesn't really work that well into Nautilus specifically, but as far as it goes, you get the health regen. It means that you won't die early game, and it means that going into a Nautilus, you're going to be sitting comfortable until that first battle.
And you're looking at Rain here, so he's got his boots and his 4 pots. Now, we've seen that start on the Jhin, and we've seen normally a longsword with 3 pots on the Lucian as well. Yep. But going for the Doran's Blade, an interesting start from both bottom laners, but on an Ezreal, going for the boots and 4 pots still viable?
I mean, I guess it's smart in the sense that Rain knows if they ever go aggressive onto him, if he eats out, then he will have the movement speed advantage to get out. Yeah, to get out of a team fight. It also means that he can have a little bit of a chase going into them. Alderic, of course, only has 1 dash, as does Rain in the early game, so not too much difference going out between these two ADCs. It really does nullify a lot of the kill potential coming out in the early game.
Well, Legacy Genesis, their bottom lane look for some kind of inspirational play, but I mean, Wallara spots it out, Rain kind of capitalizes on it, and now you see Aldoric and Plug down in this bottom lane at half health, having to use early pots as well. I mean, this looks pretty fatal. Like, now Plug's at 1/4 health.
Yeah, and that is the worst case scenario coming out for the bot lane of Legacy Genesis because,
oh god,
oh no, another one tanked up by Aladoric. What it means is that they no longer have the kill advantage in this lane. Going into an Ezreal, someone who scales up late, already losing the kill participation, I mean, that's not really something that you can afford to do, especially as a Lucian.
Rain looking to be, like we've said last week, I mean, there was some really interesting stats on him. He had amazing kill participation. He went flawless on the Vayne. Yeah. And he's looking to be, again, another potential top for the OCS. So Outlaws are housing a lot of good players here with one potential, Little Cop needing to move on forward. Rysan potentially needing to do better than last week. But apart from that, Outlaws still look great. And ScamDD still looks to be the top member.
I mean, Rysen, he didn't perform the best last week. He had a 54% kill participation going into that one. He was playing the Syndra, of course. Now that he's going into the Echo, I mean, he can only really go into these really messy, really chaotic team fights, and that really does suit him. So I look for a much more higher kill participation coming out from Rysen. But nonetheless, it is really Outlaws. They have a really good and in general, strong team composition coming out of all of these 5 individual players. So, yeah, they have a lot of work cut out for them.
Well, Hayrick's playing okay in this lane so far, and especially not having to use that pot just yet. Gets a bit of proc onto Rysand, who playing the Echo this time around, which has intrigued me. Playing the double TP comp with a Shen as well. I mean, there's a lot of mobility, especially when you've got a Lee Sin. It intrigues me even more so that they would run the double TP.
I mean, it means that they can get the 1-3-1, and 1-3-1 is the most efficient way to play League of Legends as of Season 7, pretty much. It just means that you get the split push, it means that you get even more objectives for your team, and wave clear has never been easier coming out for all of this. So even Rain on Ezreal, it means that worst case scenario, he can use his True Shot Barrage to clear a wave, and all of a sudden Outlaws don't have to worry about too much crashing into their turret, pushing into them by Legacy Genesis. So yeah, I'm really happy about Rysan taking that teleport. It means they have much more options coming out for them than Legacy Genesis does.
And Preacher, I want to talk about a note that is really important in this bottom lane is, again, harass for the Legacy Genesis support. But Willaris, I've noticed, has actually been hard pushing up to level 3 and 4 mark. Hard pushing the minions, getting a bit of proc like that as well. As Plug almost gets taken down, misses that Essence Flux. And got to be a little bit more careful there. Willaris was hard pushing the minions, so the back minions, so with the Q and getting that hard shove for Rain.
Yeah, that's very standard of Karma. Use your first couple of Qs on the minions just so you can get your level 2 before the enemy laner. Once you get your level 2, then you can start trading. You saw the awesome trades coming out from Outlaws in the early game going into Legacy Genesis, and already they won that. But the fact that they can win into a hard bully lane, a hard assassination lane like the Lucian and Braum really does indicate that they know how to play this lane. The fact that Willaris managed to get the fast push going for his team from the get-go really does indicate that he's not a newbie who's just really sort of switched into the support position. He knows how to play that support.
Well, this guy's been around for a while, and Babip trying to make some changes down in this bottom lane, but ScamDiggity's response is just. And with Willaris continuously poking through and Rain synergizing so well with his support, this bottom lane at the moment looks unstoppable. And I'm not sure Babip can do anything for at least the next 5 minutes, or until Legacy Genesis bottom lane actually back and have some resources at their disposal.
And that's really what they have to do. I mean, the real glaring feature of Legacy Genesis and the reason why they can't fight in the bottom lane is a lack of health coming out from Plug right now. So Plug is sitting extremely dangerously. He's living life on the edge right here, and he really does need to back off. But all in all, it's really hard for them to do so because Willaris, he'll constantly be pushing these lanes with his Q. I mean, just watch for it right now. They'll push it into the turret, and they have to miss a lot of CS. But look at this.
Looking for the parallel convergence. Sonic Wave doesn't find itself, but the leap dive does. Rysen does a lot of damage early, however, unable to find the third proc on that Nidalee. It's going to take a while, Jimmy. It's going to take a while. I'll
You'll
change.
get there eventually.
I promise I'll change.
I mean, I think it's the player names more than the champion names that we really need to work on. That's our one weakness that we have.
I think I have a lot of weaknesses, but,
At least we have goals.
Nidalee. Could sit here all cast.
I'm not a speech coach. I can't help you with that.
That's all right. Hey, there's a bit of a CS discrepancy in the bottom lane, but it's going to be evened out. I mean, the fact that Aldoric has actually caught up is a big thing. Not even catching up, just staying within that limit that Rain has created. And Plug, I guess he's been taking a lot of that damage because he's been trying to make sure that his AD carry doesn't miss out on any CS.
Yeah, you're right. And the fact that he's been executing a lot with his Relic Shield just means that Plug is playing really selflessly. Now that they've gone back and they're both on full health, they can sort of reset this lane. It has now gone towards neither of the advantages of either of these two bottom lanes. If they want to fight again, it could go well towards Legacy Genesis' favor because, you know, they do have the team comp that facilitates it. And all in all, on the other side, Outlaws didn't get too much of an advantage. Of course, the tier, very standard first back coming out from Rain. It means he has no presence in this lane. He can definitely go for it.
And Ryzen picks up blue, but he's going to get out CS'd a little bit by Harry early. So this is quite surprising. I mean, the Dissonance does do quite a lot of damage, but I guess against an Orianna lane, you don't expect too much in the laning phase.
I mean, it's not really too unexpected coming out for Outlaws here. I'm waiting to see, yeah, Ryzen pops right back with that one because he knows that the wave is going to get shoved into his turret. But yeah, it's not too surprising that Ryzen's losing out. He is a melee matchup into an Orianna, so that's extremely punishing going into the mid lane. But all in all, Hayri, we already said, he plays really well in the early game. He dominates lane, and this is testament to that. And it's going to be the late game that he really starts to shine.
And this bottom lane now getting the true dessert of what it should be with the Braum harassing and the Lucian following it up. Shockwave comes into this ultless Echo in the mid lane, looking for the solo kill, but it is just going to be the bully for now. He has refillable potions, but he's got no more stacks left.
I mean, that was really smart coming out from Hayri because he knew that Ryzen didn't have his ultimate anymore. Goes to the hard trade, knows that he can't dodge out those abilities, knows that he can't regen the health from those abilities, and all of a sudden, Hayri's got even more dominance. Despite the fact that Hayri doesn't have teleport and Ryzen does, Ryzen's still going to be sitting below him on the CS meter.
But he has used it, so, I mean, that's not up for a little bit. Willaris is poking his head down around the bottom lane, but it is a very slow start when we compare it to the first game of the night where I believe Noxide were already 1-7 by this stage.
Yeah, I mean...
with a Yasuo.
That was a really impressive game. And all in all, OCS, they do play very slow. So that is the sort of playstyle that we're expecting. It is the sort of playstyle that this game is going towards. And no surprise, because a lot of these characters on both of these teams, they do a whole lot better late game. But speaking of which, Scam Diggity, he wants an early game gank.
Well, Lara's a bit late on the flash. Would have had the tether otherwise, but you could see that the perception from Aldoric is that he could win that trade going in. But Rain has got other ideas. We now see level 6 on both of these bot laners too. But there's going to be a bit more global pressure from the Ezreal, of course, as he sends his ultimate wherever he wants on the map. I'm curious as to... Little Cop was ahead in this lane with CS Preacher.
Yeah, he was ahead, and he's still going to sit really far ahead of Rumby. One of the things that really is working towards his favor is the fact that Rumby's pushed so far down into his lane. So it doesn't even matter that he's going to get ganked. It just means that Rumby's going to be in a position in which some of those minions are going to be in a dead zone where he has to tank a turret hit either way. Gets all of those, but going back into the bottom lane, I really like the first back coming out from Rain because he picked up that pickaxe. That was really innovated by Uzi, I believe, in the LPL, where he decided to go for that early Manamune rush as opposed to going for the Iceborne Gauntlet. What it means that he gets so much more pressure in lane, it means he doesn't lose out in his first trade. And the fact that he didn't die into Legacy Genesis' bot lane, that's testament enough.
And looking at, I mean, I like the Orianna pick, Preacher, as we come back to the team composition and the bare basics. That Orianna simulates a really good team fight. And really good picks as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's really her goal, right? She just wants to get into the middle of a team fight and she wants to use her ultimate to disrupt.
However, Legacy Genesis here, do they have the better team fight comp? Because, I mean, seeing from Echo, seeing from Shen, and the Ezreal who can move around, sure, the bottom lane provides a lot. We may be seeing Plug go to his bare limits. Rain comes in with the... Mystic Shot misses that one away. The Unbreakable, but Scam Diggity might be following this one up. Flashes in there. Here comes the Shen ultimate, and a bit of overkill if you call Rain's ultimate. They now go on Aldoric, a 2-man knockup, 3-man knockup from the Nautilus. They then go in. Nidalee's just caught up to the fight as well. In comes Orianna, unable to really get anything, but a double kill so far for Babip. He's looking for the triple. Goes onto Little Copy, flashes away, bounces over the wall, and Harry steals it away. Shockwave used a little bit late. As the ultimate comes back, the chrono break from Rysan flashes over the wall. And Outlaws, they lose 3 members. That went
it's not over.
Catastrophic as the phase dive used to get away. like I said, Preacher, catastrophic for Outlaws there.
And the fact that Outlaws didn't win that team fight really does speak to how much better Legacy Genesis is playing as a cohesive unit, because really that fight favored Outlaws so heavily, especially with Rysan coming in here. Echo is possibly the best champion when it comes to taking these team fights where you don't really know where the enemy is, where it's really messy in a jungle area, so a lot of running parts are cut off just by nature alone. But the fact that they didn't win it means that Legacy Genesis, at the very least, they're going to be sitting ahead in gold. It means that they're going to be sitting much more comfortable coming into this game. And, you know, it's going to be really good for them.
By letting Rumby come through here was a big mistake, as we have a look at this one again.
Yeah, so the Stand United comes in for a little bit of assurance, and Little Cop just, I don't know what, but he was a little bit too slow on the dash. I mean, he could have dashed initially in order to get that, and from this point onwards, it is just Willaris trying to drag Babib off onto the side, but it's too little too late. Little Cop flashes, but still has a mark on him, so Babib can follow this, but Rysan not doing too much in this, doesn't zone anybody off.
Well, Outlaws, I mean, Nautilus tries for the re-engage, but doesn't find it. Rumby got 3 members with that ult, and that was huge. I mean, that started that team fight, and it kind of ended it for Legacy Genesis as well, excuse me. With 400 gold lead, Legacy Genesis look to be in a firm front of this game. Outlaws, they look strong in the laning phase, and they've kind of pulled back a little bit after that big fight.
Yeah, so Legacy Genesis, they're trying to reset, they're trying to get a lot of this gold going over for them, and I think the real benefactor of that last fight was Babib. He got participation in all 3 of those kills that went over to his team. He didn't die as well, which means he's sitting really comfortable on this Nidalee. He's just going to keep on farming, get even further ahead, which is Babib's playstyle, and I'm actually really happy that he joined that team fight, because last week we didn't really see him join team fights before the 15-minute mark. Now he's accelerated his build so much that he can just join whenever he wants to.
Exactly right, and Legacy Genesis' lineup is starting to make a lot more sense. With the bottom lane being picked on, they still hold the CS, at least as close to Rain as they possibly can. This Ezreal's picked up a Sheen, and now Rysan wants to go in. The Shockwave doesn't hit because the Chrono Break hits first, and Harry has got to be careful. It's
really smart play, and Rysan is on full health. This is really dangerous for Harry. I mean, he can clear out the minions. It's not too much of a problem. Scam Diggity is nowhere nearby, and he just gets out safely.
Nope. It is going to force the Orianna out of lane. Rysan comes back into it, though, and he's going to find himself catching up to that CS discrepancy. So all's well that ends well, you could dare say, for this Echo. As we have a look in the top lane, and they are still wet noodles, but you've got to take note of that 20 CS advantage. I mean, Little Cop, of course, yes, dying and going back up to the top lane a little bit earlier than Rumby. But he's got... that is an interesting Shen build, Preacher.
Yeah,
2 Spectres Cow.
That's a little bit strange. Those passives don't stack, buddy, but if you manage to build one into a Spirit Visage, then it's really effective. Watch the Dragon, though.
Mountain Drake does get secured by Rysan in the end, but they're stuck in the pit. Scam Diggity gets a big ultimate. Rysan gets a lockdown on Aldoric, but Babib, you got to take care of him. He's doing so much damage in the back of this fight. Plug will go down in the end, but not before they can take Little Cop. So it is a 2-for-1 trade. Legacy Genesis, they succeed the Mountain Drake, though.
Yeah, so Outlaws, they managed to get the Drake, but they lose out on so much with that fight, and another huge advantage going over to Legacy Genesis. They're pulling this left, right, and center.
Rain now has to kite away. He does so with the Javelin toss. Willaris says, let's go for a fight, and Babib has to kite his own spells coming through. Aldoric, if he stays in this lane, could mean trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know why he's staying. While Willaris is still up and on full health, he does have the support coming out from Babib, but all in all, while that was happening, Legacy Genesis, they pull out a lead in another part of the map, and this is playing really well towards them, picking up their second win.
Well, Hayri got a solo, right, let's call it a solo kill on the first Blood Turret. 2k gold lead, and that individual gold, 650 gold going over to that Orianna, means he can go back, he can start looking at his second item, and with already the Morellonomicon locked away, there's so much potential for this mid laner to grow and continue growing and move into that team fight stage.
And if Hayri... Oh, no!
As I say, that could see the caster's curse. Rysan goes in, has the Chrono Break available, doesn't get the damage on Harry, he sidesteps it away. Time Wonder just to disengage.
Wow, that was really perfectly played by Hayri. I mean, if he was a little bit too far south, then Rysan would have hit him with the ultimate, and that would have been a left, right, good night.
Yeah. To be fair, I did say 1-2, how do you do?
You did.
Which I stole off
I
you,
got you
LCS.
back. I got you back.
2.5k gold lead, 17 minutes now, sorry. Legacy Genesis have found their sort of their groove in this game. However, it's not enough to cement a win for them just yet. I mean, there's so much potential coming out of Rysan. Scam Diggity has played from a deficit before, and sure, he knows how to play probably the best out of the OCS junglers, how to play from that deficit. So definitely can't call Outlaws out just yet. And with Little Cop, he is scaling up, has 2 Spectres Cowl, one's the Spirit Visage.
I mean, that's really smart because, oh no, Rysan might be caught.
Actually doesn't have the Chrono Break. The flash comes through. Ooh. Javelin toss, one more hit. And Harry is now on a killing spree. Just a bit too ambitious from Rysan.
Scaling Harry into the mid-game, that is going to be scary because in Orianna, the mid-game is really her power trough, but the fact that she's getting so far ahead could work in her favor. And we really do have to go back to the point of the top lane, but Willaris is caught.
Glacial Fisher, here comes the Stand United. The engage was a bit ambitious once again. Little Cop, you did have flash, but he sees the teleport coming out of Rumby. Babip is locked down with a Sonic Wave.
Messy.
Javelin Toss is locked down on Little Cop. So Legacy Genesis, they're a 5-man unit down bottom. But so is Outlaws. Could be a big one.
Rysan has teleport as well, so watch this. If he can get the teleport off.
Ultimate comes through from Rumby looking for the engage. Babip's already picked up one, but a one-man Shockwave misses everyone. In fact, Rysan's going nuts on Harry and Plug. He used the ultimate, doesn't do any damage, but the phase dive does. Plug is going to get taken down for a double kill. Aldoric taunted up, but does pick up the kill.
Little Cop.
Now they got a 1v2. Aldoric, the flash from Little Cop.
Oh, no.
And it's, yeah, messy's a great word for a Preacher. 4 for 3. Legacy Genesis still ahead. Nothing going to come of this.
And that was a little bit heartbreaking to see the flash come out from Little Cop at the end there. But all in all, the fact that Rysan had his teleport, but he was a little bit too slow for it. He had a full second before he started channeling it, and they knew they had 5 members of Legacy Genesis down at the bottom lane. Just really slow reaction time, and that's going to bite them in the long run. So here it is. Teleport finally comes in, and you just got to watch Rumby in the backline because he is just wreaking havoc on Outlaws. And sure, Rysan is in their backline killing a lot of members, but at the end, he just doesn't manage to find the damage to really take down the carries.
I don't know if we can call that a fight, Preacher. That was messy as anything.
It was. I mean, I guess it was 2 separated fights. It just happened to be in the same zone of the
and
map.
the same lane.
Yeah, I mean, that was really it. It was 2 very different and distinct fights that weren't really related to each other.
Okay, so Little Cop doesn't find the Retribution kill, but Dragon's going to be up in a minute 30, and you saw that Legacy Genesis picked up the first one, which is a mountain and massive on the board. Rain is still scaling, however, getting taken down in that fight without getting any kind of response or any kill for himself was also massive.
Yeah, I mean, Rain is just working towards what he had last week. I mean, he's not going to get a perfect KDA because he has got that 1 tarnished death on his record, but he's still sitting really comfortable as far as the kill participation, and Plug goes in.
Plug jumps in. Stand behind me, he says, misses the Winter's Bite for the lockdown, and you can see that now Babip is up in this top lane as well. Rain will have the clear that he needs, but Legacy Genesis are looking to rotate around this Dragon side.
All right,
Baron side, sorry.
Yeah, Baron. So even though neither of the bot lane have any kills to their name, you really got to applaud them because they're down. The whole side of Outlaws is down in this game as far as the game is right now, but they've both got 100% kill participation for their team. So they really are playing towards their strengths, and they know their bot lane is really their point of carry.
Jungle, well, if there was any ever time for Scam Diggity to play from a deficit, I definitely would agree it would be now. He is 1,800 gold behind. Top laners are even, however, the mid is a deficit that is growing and growing for Harry.
Yeah, and Harry really does have to keep this lead for himself, make sure that he can keep it against Rysan, because if he manages to lose this against Rysan one way or the other, it could be devastating. Now, Orianna and Echo, needless to say, they play extremely differently. Orianna just affects the backline and the mid line of Outlaws, but on the other side, Rysan, what he wants to do is he wants to get that really disruptive force going into Legacy Genesis, make sure that they don't know where they're going in the middle of a team fight. That's really it.
By Rain and Willaris being top Preacher, I feel like they just superseded the second Mountain Drake. I mean, it was honestly like Aldoric and Plug backed for the potential of a team fight, but that's going to be 2 Mountain Drakes for Legacy Genesis lineup.
I mean, effectively what Outlaws want to do is they want to trade that Dragon for a top turret, but there is a bottom turret standing, and if Legacy Genesis manage to pick that up, they've effectively just got a Dragon up for nothing.
Well, a turret for a turret, but Legacy Genesis picked that one up before Outlaws anyway, so it's a bit of poor positional play that Legacy Genesis are taking full advantage of, building up this 3.5k gold lead, which has already just superseded our expectations. This, remember, is 1st versus 7th, and Legacy Genesis are definitely not making it look that way.
No, because Legacy Genesis are just doing so well for themselves, and it's really surprising because Babip didn't really do too much in the early game last week. Now we see this week plays a completely different style, albeit the fight was taken to him and his side early on, but nonetheless, he still managed to capitalize a lot off of that. And the fact that he hasn't let go of it, he's got a 90% kill participation at the current moment. He's doing a lot of work.
So is it often that you see Nidalee's pick up the what do you call it? The Lich Bane.
I mean, it works for Nidalee in the sense that if she dives in, then it means that her next auto that is empowered by a cube will always have that Lich Bane proc. She will get that little bit of extra damage going out for her. But that's really the only pickup that he can have. It really is a far ahead build. You wouldn't build it normally. But I think it's given to Babip that he can build it because of how far ahead he is in this build.
He's going to build a Seeker's Armor Guard as well, build that into a Zhonya's Hourglass eventually. So full AP Nid, nothing but of the sort. We're going to see a very interesting mid-game here, Preacher, because the gold gap is big, but it's not really big enough to warrant Legacy Genesis dominating it. I mean, you've got an Echo, you've got a Shen as well. Little Cop, we said, is the player that needs to step up. And this game, which is already at a deficit for Outlaws, is definitely the moment that Little Cop needs to play well on that Shen.
Yeah, and it's not like Shen doesn't have any tools to carry. He most certainly does, especially if he wants to dive onto Rumby. He can pierce through him with his percentage damage. He can get onto Babip as well, and also Hayri. If he can get any of those three people out in the middle of a team fight, then he is effectively doing much more than what his champion was designed to do. And it really does prove to us, at the very least, that Little Cop has been stepping up.
Outlaws just can't seem to get a response for these objectives getting taken across the map, with Aldorek solo getting that turret, but now Babip looking for the engage.
Oh, the
flash comes through for the Glacial Fissure, gets scammed Diggity. Valaris gets knocked up as well, and that is 2 ultimates from Legacy Genesis' lineup.
Yeah, and they want to push down this mid lane, because you take a look, they use a lot of ultimates, but they get the push potential, and Plug, what an unbreakable.
I guess Ezreal's ult can be blocked as well. Another turret goes down. Scam Diggity looking to go in now. Disengages, safeguards away. On the side, Rysan is very low. Shockwave gets 2 people there. It is a tank and Scam. But Babip now gets 1v2. Rysan survives the fight. Outlaws looking to turn it around. But Valaris is caught out by Aldorek. Little Cop goes in again. And Aldorek is trying to carry this fight. Lucian v Ezreal. Rain is in deep. I'm not too sure why. But a double kill already, and Little Cop is going to be the next one to go down. They do get Aldorek, but 4 for 2. Legacy Genesis start looking at the inhibitor turret.
And what an amazing positioning in that last team fight from Hayri, because he barely took any damage at all from any of the members of Outlaws. He managed to get his shockwave down onto multiple members, and he also stays safe himself, outputting DPS well after his ultimate. And in the end, they pick up much more than that team fight. They get an inhibitor for themselves.
Well, what's going on here for Outlaws, Preacher? Because Rysand is getting into these fights late. He is getting peeled off by Babip, but separating from his team doesn't feel like it's the right answer.
No, it definitely doesn't. I mean, Outlaws just look really disjointed, and not in a good way, because Echo really likes these disjointed fights where everything's messy and it's in a lot of tight corridors, but he's not really using it to his maximal advantage. And Rysand, all in all, he's not creating the nuisance and distraction he's needed, because you've got to take a look at where he used his ultimate in that last team fight. There was a Nidalee spear going towards him as he was running away. He used it to dodge the spear. That's not what you can do in the middle of it, because it means your enemy know you don't have that chrono break. Huge burst just not available for your team.
Because of that, Legacy Genesis still come ahead with 7k gold lead. They now look for Rysan, who is caught splitting.
Oh no.
Aldorek and Plug move top, but they have found someone else. That is Valaris getting caught out here with Scam Diggity. Babip lands the Javelin Toss. They're going to use a Glacial Fissure and everything they have just to pick off Valaris, but it will ensure the start of this Baron.
So that was a really good collapse from Legacy Genesis. They know that Outlaws wanted to rotate up in order to help Rysan, but then they go down to the rotators instead of Rysan. And look at that zoning coming out from Aldorek. Just gets an easy Baron.
Can't be stolen away by True Shot Barrage. Outlaws behind by a significant amount. It's almost 10k. It's just a very big surprise to see first place getting taken away. Legacy Genesis have had some really good scrim time as Rysan backing at the turret. He's going to get Shockwave through, and Hayri is on a rampage on this Orianna. 7-1 and 7.
I mean, that's why you don't back under an enemy turret, because it gives them true sight of where you are. They can just hit a skill shot left, right, and center, stop your back, and Oh, Rysan. He went a little bit too aggressive over there. That was the reason why Willaris died in that pick early on that led to the Baron, and then he dies as well with a Baron buff on Legacy Genesis. This push is going to be really hard.
I mean, Legacy Genesis, after this, they've got 2 weeks to prove themselves as well. So keep themselves safe, keep them in the OCS, and at least challenge some more of the better teams like Outlaws. They pull a win here in this best of one. They show us that they're not to be feared. They're not to be underestimated.
Now, cast your mind back to the second half of last year, where Legacy Genesis did not go the best early on in the OCS. What happened later on? They made it to playoffs. They challenged the OPL teams. They didn't make it into OPL, but still, they were in the playoff spot, which is all that matters. And that really is the story of redemption that comes out for Legacy Genesis. Because, you know, they lose out early on, but they still manage to make it.
Preacher, that's a triple Mountain Drake. That is a triple Mountain Drake on Legacy Genesis.
It's a double. Because Outlaws got the first one.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
Classic.
There's a double mountain, but that's still going to be really punishing for Legacy Genesis because...
Right, that's a lot then. It's still a lot.
Yeah, it's still a lot because it's 20%. You've also got a Baron buff on your team. They're pushing this all the way into the base of Outlaws. And as far as it looks, I don't think Outlaws can stop this with any fashion at all, but
the
Little
gold lead
Cop...
looks too darn big at this point. Rumby is getting too darn tanky as well. This inhibitor turret is next on the list. Denied by Plug is that True Shot Barrage as Outlaws looking to defend with their life. They do have the wave clear. They do have the sustain. But for how long?
That is massive. I mean, one of the huge points of wave clear coming out for Outlaws right now is Rain's ultimate, but here's the fight.
Coming through, the turret does go down in the end. The redemption comes through. Nice Glacial Fissure as well. Rysan caught out on the side. He doesn't get the parallel convergence, but he gets the back of the team fight, looking for the damage, doesn't find it, because Aldoric is 4-2-10. This guy is massive, and he's going to take down Willaris, and eventually the game for Legacy Genesis.
I mean, this game was closed out in nice fashion. And look, we asked for it in game number 1, a game before 30 minutes. I think we finally get it in game number 2. But at the very least, coming into week 5 Hysterics, these teams, they're finally starting to show up.
And to finish off with an ace, I mean, what was going on with Legacy Genesis? A new week, a new type of team. They pretty much just said to Aldoric and Plug, look, you're going to have a hard time in the bottom lane. They shouldn't have, but
No,
you will. But we're going to make it better everywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, you really put the power of focus down into the bottom lane. You say they want to get this 2v2 rolling and really get these duo kills happening in the bottom lane, but all of a sudden they make a whole lot of plays elsewhere. And I think a lot of criticism has to go onto the solo lanes of Outlaws because both Little Cop and Rysan, they didn't do too much in that last fight. You take a look at Rysan, he was barely in it doing any damage at all. Also, Little Cop didn't even get his Stand United down. I mean, if you're a Shen in the middle of an enemy team, if you are below a quarter of your health, you pretty much know that you're going to die. But, you know, not getting your ultimate off as that last little result, it's those little things that count.
Well, we know that Outlaws can bleed. They can die, they can be punished, and they can be defeated. And that is exactly what Legacy Genesis have done. Our next game is going to be very important. It's going to be Sin Academy versus Corva Day. And we're going to see that who can come out on top because Sin are 5th, Corva Day is 3rd. One win cements them forward and potentially puts them through to promotion in week number 5. We are going to see you very shortly. A 5-minute break on the OCS. Don't go anywhere. A very important game lies waiting for you next. Welcome back to the OCS, exactly as you remember it. My name's Hysterics, next to me is Preacher, and our next game involves two very big heavyweights, guys that are fighting for the top spots, Sin Academy and Corva Day. Now, Preacher, this is one of our biggest games of the night, because Sin Academy, Raven got a pentakill last week, and they struggled to close out the game. We're a little bit concerned.
I mean, yeah, they won the game in the end, so, you know, still the point does go towards them. However, the fact that they got a pentakill at 15 minutes onto a split-pushing Fiora...
Was it 15 minutes?
Yeah, it was a 15-minute pentakill onto a split-pushing Fiora, and they still had the longest game time of the week. It really does bring a lot of questions onto them as to how they play as a team, how they split-push, and also Raven's individual ability to just split-push in the side lane and how far they can carry.
I mean, we are concerned about his momentum as a player and where he's going, if he can actually step up his individual play, right? Because when it came to team fights, it looked fine. It looked absolutely fine.
Oh, yeah.
So if we can build on his micro, potentially see a better Ray, or at least his 1v1.
Well, I don't even think that. I think it's the fact that QB did a lot of good work in that early game.
Yeah.
I mean, admittedly, the pentakill did go over to Raven, so it's not like Raven didn't do anything, but the whole fight was set up by QB's perfect shockwave onto 3 members of the enemy team. As we take a look.
Now, I want to see from Corva Day, they've been playing off meta. Like, that has been their individual style. And you all know it to be true. It's the Skarner, it's the Udyr, it's things like that that make us go. And even the Zerath that make, you know, like, well, that's interesting, but is it working for them?
But here's the deal. Okay, I think Zerath works. I think it works really well, especially given how Zyda's playstyle, how he stands so far back in a fight. I think that it works amazingly for him, but in the jungle, that's where the biggest question lies, because last week the Skarner 053 had a less than 40% kill participation. You really need to step up your game, boss, and I really think it's when he goes on these non-meta junglers that he really starts falling down and he doesn't know how to transition into late game.
Remember, Corva Day are third, so they're higher up on than Sin Academy right now, so they're still looking great. I mean, I think coming into the OCS, at the start we had the bans, and it confused everyone a little, and the teams were trying to scrape together what they could.
Yep.
However, now that we're cemented, we're in week 5, we can see that teams know exactly what to expect from each other.
Yep.
And, you know, things like the Kha'Zix is an interesting ban, considering that Boss hasn't had priority on that.
Yeah, I know, and I guess they just want to deny it away from Boss, because at the end of the day, if you give it over to him, then he's going to be able to play it, right? I mean, like, if he could show his deep champion pool, which at this point looks more like a champion ocean to us, then he could definitely pull out this Kha'Zix. Taking it away from him means he doesn't get that hard carry. I mean, I don't really know which jungler he's going to pull out this week. I think there was only one week when he went really meta on the Lee Sin, and that was it.
And that even isn't like A-grade meta anyway, so it's still an interesting pull from Boss, like you said. But I'd be curious to see what Sin decide to go for. It is the Varus in the end, and it is something that has been banned away consistently tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the Varus has been taken away time and time again. People know that even though lethality got nerfed, you know, all the lethality items, their numbers got tweaked down a little bit. Varus is still really strong in the bottom lane. So the fact that they managed to leak it in the very first pick, instantly picked up by Sin Academy.
Okay, so now the response from Corva Day is maybe play something a little bit more meta. We haven't come to expect that from them, but maybe they're heeding our words. Maybe they're saying that, look, the meta doesn't always work for us, but we think we need to go more towards
I mean, never say that until Boss locks in his jungle, right? Because that's really the point that we're looking forward to. But nonetheless, Zyda going onto this Syndra is going to be really interesting, because in the previous weeks before the Zerath, he's gone for the Victor, and the Victor didn't look that great. I mean, there's a reason why he's not meta anymore. His numbers are just so low tuned, as well as the fact that his early game is extremely punishable, and all of a sudden you put him on something much more meta, this Syndra. I look forward to seeing how he plays.
So do you think, I mean, the concept of Zyda picking up the Syndra astounds me. I mean, Rengar's another one that's open, and you still have the Camille, so Prayler's putting a lot of priority in that, especially since the Graves was a targeted ban towards him. Still highly meta, but Prayler loves his Graves.
Yeah, I mean, Prayler loves pretty much any single jungler, right? He's got that OPL experience, and he's not afraid to show it. He picks up aggressive junglers like the Graves, hard farming as well, or he goes for the Ivan, and he just supports his team. So he has a very versatile type of play, and more than that, he brings shot calling to his team, which is really his expertise.
3 really big priority picks here for Sin Academy.
Yeah,
I mean, having that
amazing.
Camille, it just looks like the pick and ban phase has already gone in their favor. Flick by potentially picking up that Trundle once again, likes the Nautilus, switches around, but the Trundle seems to work well on him.
Yeah, I mean, he's really known for that 1v1 playstyle, and Trundle does facilitate that off in a side lane, steal their stats, make sure that you get even more damage, and then just beat them down with it. So, you know, at the end of the day, he's sitting on comfort here. I dare say comfort because he performed really well on it in his second playing week. But nonetheless, going into a Camille, that's going to be a real big question because with Camille's, it's never do you have a top lane who can deal with Camille, it's always do you have an ADC who can deal with Camille jumping on them later on.
Well, that's a really good point, and if that AD carry isn't Lucian or maybe not Sivir, where else do we go
Well,
from
not
there?
even Lucian, because Lucian can't dash out of it. I think the only ADC who's 100% self-sufficient in dealing with Camille is Vayne, just because Vayne can bop her out of her own ultimate and then escape after that.
That's a really good point. So maybe it might be the Vayne. We've seen it already in the AD carry. Just a side note, Hate is replacing Youngcat, who has a 2-week ban in the OCS, something I forgot to mention earlier. Remember, I'm not smart, I'm trying. So
but you know your stuff, right? I mean, if you get the prompts, then you always know what to say.
If I get the prompts, fantastic. I'd be curious to see what Corvidae do as an AD carry here.
I mean, the Vayne is open. Of course, I don't expect it to be picked just because of how meta it is. Ezreal, we've seen a lot of Ezreals tonight, and I wouldn't be too surprised if they pick it up. But there are other picks, like for instance the Ashe and also the Sivir. If you get the Ashe, then what it means is that Camille dives onto you and just say, okay, I'm going to stun you up and hope that I can survive beyond that point. But even then, you know, Ashe isn't really the hardest carry point of a team composition. So if an Ashe dies in the middle of a team fight, I guess you just let it happen and hope that you can still win.
What is it with Yasuo's tonight? I gotta ask, like, the second ban being Yasuo is really, really surprising for me, but...
There are no knockups, so I don't really see it on Sin Academy.
I understand the Orianna. Yeah. Like, I understand that.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
the Yasuo...
I mean, maybe taking a leaf out of Bedoing's page, but nonetheless, I believe that Camille, when she knocks people up and stuns them a little bit, you know, there's a little bit of a shake and a knock-up, but I'm not too certain other than that. You know, there's no
displacement.
Yeah, there's no knock-up on Sin Academy, so it really didn't facilitate a Yasuo pickup, even if QB is comfortable on it. I'm really surprised.
Preacher, however, that is a Caitlyn locked in. So, I mean, they're sticking to meta, but they're kind of deferring off, like the Corvidae style of, we're going to surprise you a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is really the only one hard counter to Varus, right? The Varus tries to poke you out, and you just say no, but because you auto him like 3 to 4 times while he's trying to get his cooldown of his Q up, still drawing his bow, and all of a sudden you've put out so much more damage than him. But that is really the playstyle that they're going towards. Caitlyn has a really good late game, but how she gets to it is extremely tough because her items are expensive. She doesn't have power spikes until then.
Well, the poke of the Varus Zyra lane is something we need to take note of because going up against Caitlyn, Hate is going to be having a bit of pressure in that lane itself. QB takes away the Victor from Zyra if you wanted to go back to that comfort pick, which he's been desiring for so long. Now that he's got the last pick, now that he's, sorry, not Zyra, he's already picked up the Syndra. Yep. Now that we're going to the last pick and it is the support, I mean, what's left open?
I mean, Nami is still open, and that's like really screaming at us because what it means is that if Raven wants to jump in with Camille, you can use your Tidal Wave and then you can also use your Aqua Bubble. Now, both of those two abilities can, of course, stop the Camille long enough, hopefully, for your ADC to still live after that. But that's really pretty much the only strong support.
And we have just some technical difficulties with the champion select. I wish I could talk tonight. I don't know what it is. I'm just falling out of pieces. But we will either be jumping in or going through to game as they sort that one out. But the last pick is very important there. I mean, like you said, the Nami works in that situation. There's nothing else that really jumps out to us. I mean, would you go for anything else? Is there anything that really scares you as a support?
I mean, I think that Nami would really fit the team composition well. It means your ADC gets a couple more seconds to live. It means that you've got a lot of engaged, disengaged potential, especially onto a Varus, somebody who can't move around a lot. It means that you can just aim it at him and he has to spend his whole time not drawing his bow and actually moving out of the tidal wave's range. But beyond that, that's really the only thing that can be of a reprieve for this team. So yeah, I would just be expecting.
Now, what's your idea with Flick? Apart from comfort, what's the idea of picking up Trundle in that top lane?
I mean, Trundle, he does a lot of damage, but he disrupts the enemy top lane. Not just the top laner, but just disrupts pretty much every single champion on the enemy team. I believe when you max out his pillar, you get an 80% slow, so that is massive all around the pillar. Not only that, but you stop him from doing channels. It means that you also get to steal the tank coming out for the enemy top lane, and all of a sudden you're tanky, they're not, and they're wondering, hey, why am I dying so fast in the middle of a team fight? And it's just all around a really good champion, but when you take it into a team fight, he gets to another level.
But before that, in the laning phase, will it be a problem going into Camille?
I mean, Camille does have a lot of early game kill participation.
But no tank stats for the subjugate.
Yeah, no tank stats for the level 6, but I don't really think she needs it, so I think that Camille does definitely have this advantage. Trundle early on doesn't really have too much to do in terms of Camille, and also the pillar could backfire towards him because Camille can grapple onto it and then jump on it from that. Yeah, so
I didn't think about that.
Yeah,
you just go over the pillar.
Double counter to himself.
God, that's exciting when you find like a mechanic in the game. You're like, oh, he does that, but I do this better.
Yeah,
you know?
the wall, right? The wall just effectively hard counters Flick. He won't be using that until he gets into team fights. But even then, if he uses that wall right onto the Camille, then Camille can just use it as a springboard. So
hook shot, that's it.
yeah,
done.
exactly. Just all the way into his own team.
Okay, so Camille and Flick, Raven and Flick up in the top lane. We wanted to see more from Raven as a player. He got a pentakill last week, and QB facilitated that with the Orianna. But the main overarching theme was he got 5 kills straight up, going up against a Poppy in the top lane.
Yep.
And he just couldn't do anything. He just couldn't really simulate or stimulate any kind of power play from him personally in a 1v1 or even with the team fight, and he just didn't go anywhere. And like you said, it was one of the slowest games of the week.
It was, and at the end of that game, he had a 53% kill participation. You get a pentakill at 15 minutes. You know what? Everybody's saying, oh, great, this guy, he's just going to rip into the middle of the enemy team, completely murder everybody, and just pick up even more kills from that point onwards. 53%, extremely lackluster coming out of a top lane who could have done so much better in the middle of team fights. They still do manage to finish it out, so it's not all doom and gloom, He does have the ability to win these games. It just is a matter of how fast can he win.
And last week we were going, okay, Raven's doing a lot, but we then look over the VODs, we then look at what he individually did, and it didn't impress us. So this week he's got to step up, like we said. Another person that we're really impressed with, opposite of what we're talking about with Raven, is QB in the mid lane.
Yep.
Now, what he's done for us in the past is he's just pretty much synergized with his team, and he's been this shadow for them that sat in the back and always made good things happen for Syndicate.
Yeah, and I look forward to seeing him do that once again because he has the tools as is Victor to do it. Of course, he has the poke potential in lane, so let's not talk about laning phase. He's going to have a really good time in that. What he has in the middle of team fights is the zoning potential coming out from his ultimate because the enemy have to make a choice. Do I spend time walking out of it, not doing any damage, walking into a bad position just to avoid the damage coming out from his Chaos Storm, or do I stay in it, take a tick, which is really going to be a huge tick, right? And then just get chunked out from that point onwards. He also does have the gravity field, which is another thing that works towards his team. And in general, he's going to be zoning out so much of the map in the middle of team fights.
A small update for you guys at home. We are just going through Champ Select again. We're going to be jumping into games shortly. Just a couple of issues coming through, but game number 3 will be underway. That's why we're here, to tell you about who we're impressed with at the moment. Next person up.
Next person.
Boss needs to do better. We know that.
Yep.
Who from Corvidae do you think is the shining light right now?
At the current moment, I'd say Flick if he manages to get ahead in his lane. Okay. Now, it's a huge if because he's had weeks where he's gone polar opposites. I don't think he's ever gone even where he hasn't really impressed us or gone terribly, frankly speaking. But, this week, I'm looking forward to seeing him on this Trundle once more. He's proved that he can play this Trundle. I don't think he's going to have too much of a bad time, apart from the early game into Camille, which is quite punishing, as we all know.
And especially because Camille's normally bad. I mean, the thing is, it feels like people have a response to Camille now.
Yeah.
But one of those responses doesn't feel like it's Trundle.
No, it's not Trundle. And when we talk about responses, it's the team composition. It's not just the 1v1 in the top lane. It's the whole team composition. So as far as this goes, if they do manage to draft a Nami or just anybody who can hard disengage in the bottom lane, don't think it should be too bad coming out for them. But if they pick something that's more aggressive, they pick a tank going into the middle of the enemy team, that could be a whole new story.
Definitely could be. In Corvidae, they're in 3rd position. They're 1 spot up. And now that Outlaws have a loss on the board, and if a Regicide get beaten by Tainted Minds Blue, that gives them an ample opportunity to step up and look for that promotion tournament. And a team that doesn't always go towards the meta, but now this week have actually gone, okay, we need to sort of stick to it to some sort of degree, is going to be a team that's going to impress us all and could potentially overcome those teams that are comfortable in their own little box.
Yeah, and speaking of which, both of these teams, they have got their eyes on the prize. They are looking forward towards that last team. But hey,
Malzahar,
here we go. All right, so that Malzahar also does work because what it means is that if Raven decides to dive in with the Camille, then Malzahar can just lock him up, and that's pretty much it. It's going to be a defensive Malzahar. It's not going to be an offensive one who flashes in and then really catches Sprint Starmer off by surprise. But it's still going to be really good for them all together. And I think Corvidae, they're sitting in a good position. Going back to your point, though, both of these teams I mean, every single team in the OCS practically is looking towards the promotion tournament, and they're playing towards it really well. So if Corvidae manage to pick up this win, they're sitting extremely comfortable, 3-2.
Now, the one thing I see that's big there is the fact that Zyra's taken away from Dragon.
Yep.
Now, that's his comfort champion.
Yep.
His support's not big, though. He's not a big support player, but picking up the Malzahar as a response, I feel like it doesn't always work out.
No, it doesn't, and it's just a really even matchup because both of these two supports they want to bully at in their own rights. Neither of them really win just by being themselves.
Yeah.
It's going to be a skill matchup in the bottom lane that I think slightly does favor Corvidae just because Caitlyn can push out Varus. Varus has about a 15-second cooldown on his piercing arrow at level 1, so it means that he doesn't have that much poke coming out as opposed to the Caitlyn. Nonetheless, I think it really will be up to the supports to really lay down the damage onto the other one as their last hitting.
And as we load into champion select, God, no, don't even have my words. Game, thank you very much. I'm going to get yelled at later. Preacher, we got to talk about one more thing. And the thing is that Corvidae, they have shown us their finesse in the past.
They have.
But they've shown us that they have a lot of weaknesses that can be extorted as well.
Yeah, and I think one of the weaknesses is the jungle. So, you know, the jungle is the strength and the weakness at the same time. If Boss gets put down a little bit in the early game, then all of a sudden their whole central strategy starts to fall apart. They put a lot of resources on the Boss. We saw in their first playing week, what they did was they effectively double leashed him in the jungle. They practically want this guy to get ahead so he can get them ahead, you know? It's sort of like two hands washing each other, that sort of scenario.
And sorry, what?
What, two hands washing each other? You never heard
Is that another phrase like string on the camel's back or whatever?
Straw on the camel's back.
Straw on the camel's back. Sorry,
you know,
continue with your
Twitch
point.
chat is going to kill you for this one. But anyway, yeah, going back to that point, you know, the Boss is really their central point. They try to get him ahead. They try to make sure that he gets a lot of resources put onto him. If that's disrupted by any way, then Corvidae could get really far behind.
And do you think with the side of Sin Academy, do you think, you know, if Raven doesn't step up, hypothetically,
yeah,
do you think they'll still be fine with the way Corvidae is going, or do you think the team comp's just not strong enough?
I mean, I think this is Raven's real chance to step up because he's on a Camille. Camille is known to be a hard carry. If I'm not expecting pentakills this week, but if he doesn't manage to get
hang on, I am.
All right,
I'm
you're expecting one, but I'm
pentakills.
not. If he doesn't get a higher kill participation than he did last week, which was 53%, then I'll be really surprised because Camille split pushes, Camille team fights. She's got all the tools available for her to get a high kill participation. It's just a matter of whether Raven can or not.
And with a Rengar, I mean, it means that they don't really have a tank composition, right, coming through. See that as a problem. We know what we think of a OCS no tank compositions.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, by picking up the Trundle, yes, you have a tank up in that top lane. You got the Lee Sin who turns into a bruiser at some point. But there's really nothing that Camille... I mean, Camille can build a little bit tanky.
I mean, we're talking about 6 items, right?
Yeah.
5th and 6th item tank, but that's pretty much it. Yeah, Camille's going to be the last real reprieve. I mean, I guess we did also see a lot of junglers adapt towards the new Rengar as of the last patch. I think Spooks, especially in solo queue, what he does is he just builds full tank Rengar, engages onto the enemy team, and then just never dies. So I think that's one of the ways a Rengar can be played, just absorbing damage. But I want to see exactly how they adapt to it within the OCS because that's one unique player.
Really? Full tank Rengar?
Yeah, pretty much. You know, you get your warrior, so that's your damage, right? And you just go full tank after that. You absorb all the damage from the enemy team.
And you can't die.
Yeah.
It's genius.
You've also got CC cleanse. What more do you need?
That's it. That's true. That's exactly right. So let's see if they build full tank. That's something I'm excited about. Might not come into fruition, but remember these OCS players, you know, they do watch the OPL. The Lucian Brom is a really good example. I mean, has been adapted in the OPL, goes to the OCS and says, yes, this can work for us as well. Yeah. So I don't see why they can't build the tank Rengar.
I mean, I'm looking forward to it. It hasn't been played in the OPL. It's been played by OPL players in solo queue.
Solo queue is something, though.
Yeah, I mean, solo queue is something. Win rate is something as well. It does work, most certainly. I mean, it's a strange one, but it solves the issue of not having a tank in your composition. And if they manage to go towards it and they manage to succeed with it, all of a sudden, that hole is patched up.
Great way to put it. Thank you very much, Preacher. We'll be jumping into game number 3 of the day as well. I wish I had a hashtag to throw out, you know, hashtag AS win or start of the night. I could have gotten really excited about it as well. But up in that top lane, the Camille was definitely going to be the lane to watch. I mean, going against the Trundle, it's not something you see every day. The Rengar versus Lee Sin is quite, I wanted to say vernacular, but that doesn't make any sense. No, English is not my strong suit apparently as well. But going into the mid lane and seeing the Syndra coming through out of Zyta. Now, that is a concern for me because with Zyta and when he's concerned, he likes to hang back a lot.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And Syndra, does she have range on one thing? And that is her Null Sphere and also Scatter the Weak combo. So you're using 2 abilities to get 1 damage off onto the enemy. Her ultimate, while at level 16, does have quite a bit of range. But until then, it's still mid-range type of ability. You don't get a global like Xerath did last week. So we have to see if he can play a little bit more forward.
Well, finally, we're in the game number 3 for today. A bit of hype behind this one because Corvidae get a win here and they start cementing themselves up for the top 2, or at least competing with them as we go through. And Sin Academy staying safe, but they do have the potential over the next couple of weeks to contest for that as well. They just need to start here. Now, when you see victors involved in the OCS, we haven't seen too much of them. I mean, Zyda has played it a couple of times, but to one successful game, the other didn't look so good, so it has been a bit rickety with Victor.
I mean, you say successful, he got 7 and 1, so yeah, that was a really good individual stat, but last team fight barely output any damage. I think that really does speak for itself. Now he's on the Syndra, somebody with a really similar playstyle at the very least in terms of how close she needs to get into the middle of a team fight in order to start doing damage.
Dragon just tries to go over the seeds. That is, how come it doesn't count as CS? I've always wondered. That is going to be 20 gold though, Preacher.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea why it doesn't count as CS. I think that would just inflate the score a little bit too much.
I thought it used to, because with the CS scores, it used to go up every time you killed one. Everyone used to say that with the Malzahar pets, what are they called?
Voidlings.
Voidlings, thank you very much. It used to count as CS. Anyway, the biggest point in this bottom lane here is the supports, I feel, at this time. There's a lot of poke from both AD carries, but with the Zyra, with the Malzahar, I mean, I feel like that's where the true enemy relationship comes into fruition.
Yeah, and already Tilting does have the natural advantage in this lane just because Tilting got so much of a map pressure down onto Dragon as Dragon went to get that deep ward for himself. Take a look at this. Hate's already sitting on 2/3 of his health from the get-go, and he's just taking even more damage into this bottom lane. This really does show you the lack of cohesion coming out from this bottom lane because, of course, Young Cat was banned coming into this week and they had to get Hate in. Already, they're standing on the back foot and this is not looking too good.
Especially when Tilting last week had a fantastic time on Null.
Huge.
I mean, he did so much and he just showed that Sin Academy, they may have been down, but they're not out. And QB's the one to sort of cement that as well. So let's see how they go in this second week of morale boosting, I dare say. Praelis is quite low in the jungle. We know he's going to heal up. We know he's going to smite. But of course, Rengar build, we're going to wait and see how that goes down. Probably going to be the same old damage. But Zyda already having a very pushing wave in this mid lane.
And I actually think that Praelis went for a really smart route because he knows that Boss likes to go aggressive, so he secured his 2 buffs, which leaves him at level 2, but makes sure that he won't get anything stolen from him should Boss go into his own jungle. This is a little bit dangerous though, because Boss is cutting off his only escape.
Praelis has to smite away, get some health. Boss won't have the Sonic Wave for a while. Praelis going to hit the Blast Cone and back away, but Boss does know where he is, so now he starts walking top. And Flick is going onto Raven. Remember that the damage from Trundle early is quite disgusting.
Yeah, and that's really strange coming out because Trundle usually takes a little while to scale up, usually takes a little while to do some damage in the top lane, but nonetheless manages to get a huge push down onto Raven. The huge point of that trade was the huge minion wave that came out from Corvidae. So all of those minions individually pummeling on Raven while he was level 2, no real way that he can come back from that one.
Flick is doing what we call a proxy, I believe.
Yep.
Just
classic
going
singed.
Yeah, classic singed maneuver coming through here. I don't think Camille's going to have too much trouble. However, Raven missing a bit of CS. Flick going to disappear into the enemy jungle while Boss starts stealing it away. Meanwhile, Praelis is on the bottom side of the map, and that is a Mountain Drake first, by the way.
I mean, it's smart for Praelis to go into the bottom side because when Flick does something almost as stupid and aggressive as that, what it means is that Boss is nearby ready to hold his hand. If you go there as a Rengar, then you're just going to get 100-0 by both Lee Sin and Trundle. So Praelis read that really smart, gave up his top side, and instead focuses on getting Dragon Control.
Well, it's a response at least, and getting a ward in front of it, that is going to be the Scuttle Crab and potentially the Gromp. I mean, it is still a response and a good one at that. We're going to see that Boss is a little bit ahead, but it's going to be evened out by Praelis very shortly. In fact, now, double Doran start Preacher for Zyda mid. That's interesting. Back with Boots as well.
I mean, I guess it just means that he didn't have anything else to do. He got poked out a little bit early on, so he had to go for a very early back indeed. So that means that he didn't get too much gold under his belt for that one. But at the very least, he's sitting at full health, which is the one upside. The fact that he's got the boots, which could potentially dodge out on some poke coming out from QB, and he's just got the sustain.
Corvidae sitting okay in this lane now that they've reached level 4. Especially Hate, who's trying to kite around these plants and the piercing arrow from Spren Starmer.
So punishing.
He doesn't have any mana though, so he's probably going to have to play a little bit more careful. Hate able to stay in this lane for a little bit longer. Still both have pots, and they've gone for the longsword start as well. Ooh, yummy.
I mean, they both opted for the longsword start, so that's really smart coming out from Spren Starmer at the very least, because it builds into lethality really easily. Not too sure what Hate's trying to build it into. There is a build going around where you go Youmuu's into very standard Caitlyn build. Yeah, but it's really strange because that Youmuu's at the start, the only real thing that it facilitates is your ultimate doing a non-negligible amount of damage.
And that's it.
That's pretty much it. Everything else, you have slower attack speed, you have slower auto attacks individually. It's not really something that you want to prioritize as Caitlyn, but, you know, it's just a longsword, so I guess we can't read too much into it.
I think we have to have a look at Flick and his build to start off. Double longsword and goes for the health rejuve bead as well. I think we should probably say that he's going into a Ravenous or a Titanic, as he would.
Or just a Tiamat. Get a Tiamat and then go straight for either an Iceborne Gauntlet or finish off a Trinity Force. Either one of those does benefit Trundle really well. And the fact that Flick knows that he can easily win this 1v1 into Raven, he should be sitting comfortable enough to go for more aggression.
How about with a Sheen, though? A Sheen on Camille versus a Trundle with double longsword.
Oh, I mean,
predictions.
Sheen obviously does give you more of a burst, but we're talking very small numbers at this point. You know, junglers really do have to go onto the top side if there's ever a straight 100-0.
Boss pokes his head through. He's actually going to be spotted out. So he will just go for the push of this bottom turret, potentially looking for the first turret blood. But Spren has stuck around. I guess he just wants to push it out and maybe go for Dragon. That was an interesting pop in by Boss.
Yeah, that was really strange. Not too certain what Boss was trying to do there, but this is really this is actually really smart coming out from Corvidae, because they get to go back, they get to buy their item advantage, and already that BF sword coming out for Caitlyn, it means that she's scaling really well. It also does indicate that she actually just picked up the longsword for the sake of the longsword, not going to go into the Youmuu's. Yeah, and instead it looks like Hate is just going to go into the very standard BF sword into the Rune's Hurricane, and from that point onwards, auto peel to death.
Well, QB sitting fine in the mid lane, though. That's the most important thing. Has got one Hex Core upgrade, and it's going to be for the Death Ray. We'll pick up the blue as well. So, Sin Academy, I mean, they do have an early small gold lead just purely because of the lanes, but for Corvidae to actually hold on and not play super aggressively is strange in this early game. We said aggression was the name of the night.
And it's not like Zyder at all to be even allowing QB to stay even in this mid lane. I mean, a little bit down on CS, sure, but he's still even at the end of the day. And the fact that he gets to pick up that first core upgrade, despite the fact that it's now 1,250 gold, that is really odd, because Zyder, his early game, his lane phase is really what we praise of him in Prayless.
Prayless walks blind in and gets destroyed by the red buff. Friendly fire, he calls.
I mean, Zyder, he stood in the right position. It was really a 3v1. They were collapsing onto him. There was no way he could run.
Definitely not. Dragon and Boss well placed, and to secure that first blood. I take it back. I think it's Caster's Curse when I say that, oh, there's no aggression early from Corvidae. 20 seconds later, they're at Red Brush.
Did you just say Caster Curse? There's got to be no pentakill this game. There you go. I just threw it out of the wild.
Thank you, Breacher. You've done well. We're apparently not we're idiots. Okay, well, look, Sin Academy, let's talk Turkey, because the thing is, they've lost that first blood. They were looking fine, but now Prayless, an ex-pro, getting called out and actually dying 1v3 has done a lot for Corvidae.
Yeah, but here's the one upside. He's level 6 now. It means that if he gets caught out in his jungle again, he can just say, all right, not going to go into my jungle. I'm just going to start ganking these lanes. He's got all the tools he needs to do so. He's got his Corefield's Warhammer. He's building really well into his warrior. He just needs to go into lanes now.
Zyder uses the ultimate, but so does QB, and goes for the kill. The flash away. QB cannot get the 1v1. And Zyda now with 2 kills on Syndra.
Fancy feat. QB did not use his ghost in that last engage. I mean, very smart of him, I guess, because there was nothing really to run away from. But the ghost pot from Zyda means that even after the flash from QB, catches up, last auto attack, gets that solo kill.
Potentially could have survived if he had the used the ghost a little bit earlier, Preacher. But
yeah, I mean, it's all small numbers.
That's exactly right. Zyda now, hey, he goes back, he buys the Sork shoes. So he's looking for that quick magic pen. He's got the cooldown reduction that comes off the Fiendish Codex, but it looks like a Morellonomicon a little bit too short to finish the build. But he's happy with the double Dorans, happy with the components. And he still looks really good on this early game.
And on the other side, QB does not look happy at all. He's got his second upgrade to his core, which inevitably will be his power transfer on his Q. But still, that is really far behind Zyda, because what it means is he gets no AP, he gets no health. They're both scaling stats coming out of that perfect Hex core, so he won't be getting that until at the very least 20 minutes into the game. And he's dumped a lot of gold onto this, so he's not going to have the trade going out for Zyda.
Well, speak of which, Zyda might be caught out here. Praelis decides it's time to shine. Going to get the kill. QB almost goes down. I dare say if the Raptors were up 2 seconds before, could have hit him for the equal trade.
Yeah, but there's the power, okay? So QB, he knew that he was going to be down in this lane. He calls over his buddy Praelis. Praelis gets him back into it, gets him into the rhythm of things because he knows that Zyda has 2 kills. So all in all, manages to even it out a little bit going into the mid lane. You take a look at the gold discrepancy between these two teams, 200 gold, nothing to write home about at all.
Wanted to see Zyda improve, but by doing plays like that, getting caught out, and Praelis capitalizing on it is just too standard for him at this point. Praelis on the Rengar gets some kind of redemption, and that is to get a little bit of, oh, hello, Flick. That's an interesting roam up. I thought Flick was going to come on down.
Yeah, I mean, he goes down. He
likes roaming, this guy. This guy likes walking around the map.
He does. He hates staying in his own lane. He loves to be, especially in mid lane. I think he spent about 15 minutes of that in his first playing week. But look at this, Boss.
Boss flashes a little bit too eagerly, gets a stun back, and he's just knocked back and forth. Pretty disgusting damage coming through. Raven has to flash up top. Subjugate's already used, but unable to find the kill. It is still 1 kill for Corvaday, though.
I mean, I guess that was just a little bit of soccer in the mid lane. It was just...
I was looking for the sport. I was going to say boxing. I wasn't sure.
No, it was just Boss kicking him back and then Zyda saying, you know what, I don't actually want him, so scatter the weak, but it was just a kill anyway going on to QB. Once again, establishes the lead into the mid lane and this first turret advantage going over to Corvaday. I mean, we've seen these teams throughout tonight. Whichever one gets the first turret advantage usually swings it into much more on the map.
Well, it's still a gold advantage, Preacher, and that first turret is going to cement that so much more. 1.7k gold lead. Corvaday starting strong. They are team number 3 in this competition so far. So that's third if you can't catch up to what I'm saying. Sin Academy have just been trying through this competition so far, and it feels like they get moments where they're utterly so strong, like this from Praelis, but a couple of misplays, a couple of falling behinds make me think that they've got a long way to go.
Yeah, and Praelis definitely needs to up his game, especially coming into this one. He just uses ultimate for nothing more than a Scuttle Crab. That's extremely punishing because he's not going to be having this for later on, but hey, take a look at this. Flick might be baited.
Well, here comes a hook shot. The Hextech ultimatum used onto Flick. He cannot escape. Praelis has come in, looking for the jump. Will get poled in the end. And I think Flick may go down. He does
Is Flick out?
No, he doesn't. Because the shot's always there, Preacher. Raven will pick up the kill. And again, another response from Sin Academy.
The hook shot coming out from Raven. He used it to engage, didn't hit the mark, but used it as a zone instead to get Flick to walk backwards towards Raven's own turret. And from that point onwards, Praelis, no ultimate, no worries. He just has to walk straight up and takes down Flick. Although it was a little bit slow and it was a little bit sloppy. And if Boss was there, could have gone a different way.
Because of the timing, I guess Corvaday do make a response on the bottom lane. However, hate is very low. Sprenstorm are unable to find the mana to get the ultimate. So they back off. They still find themselves in a gold lead though. And Zyda, he's walking down bot side.
I mean, Zyda loves to roam as well.
Again.
We were talking about Flick and we were talking about Zyda. Both of these guys love to roam. This might be dangerous.
Oh, no.
Tilting?
No.
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 No. Oh. Unleash power. 4 kills on the Syndra. Oh, God. Where I know we can see it. Yeah, he's tilting now. Great. Fantastic. I'm glad I've got a producer whispering in my ear, telling me memes I can make.
All right, look. I don't think there's anything too much to say about that. That just really feels bad, man, because Tilting walks up. He knows that Zyda is missing.
Speaking of memes,
yeah, he wants to get a ward down to make sure that Zyda doesn't walk into the bot lane. What does Zyda do? He says, I don't need to. All I need to do is stun you up. Kill's good enough.
Okay, so, I mean, honestly, just seeing that coming. Morellonomicon, Sork shoes are still there, but we're moving on to the second item. That Hex Core almost fully upgraded for QB. He is keeping up in farm. I was saying that 5 minutes ago. I got to change my mind now because, again, it just seems like, as we see...
Flick wants to fight.
Yeah, look, Preacher, you know, normally a wet noodle fight, maybe not with the Subjugate, no tanky stats at all for Raven. The
not with
chomp comes
Trundle
through,
and Camille.
taking away the damage. Raven tries to get out, tries to juke away. Flick doesn't even move. Oh, Hex Deck Ultimatum is going to be down, but a solo kill for Flick.
Oh, that was way too punishing because Raven, he was running in the wrong direction, and I think this really does put Raven in a good light. He can get ahead when his team allows him to be, but Boss wants this.
Sprentstammer actually gets a kill. Boss goes in, trying to get the snipe of his own, but Boss may have gone way too deep. Nice grasping roots. Sin Academy get a response on this bottom side and shorten that gold gap.
So both the heal and the flash coming out from Sprentstammer doesn't even matter because it saves his life and it's a worthwhile trade going over for him. Boss wants to go onto Sprentstammer, didn't anticipate the double summoners coming out, and that really does go to bite him.
Flick looking for this turret up top as well. Raven now a little bit confident picking up that Phage. Will be the Trinity Force coming soon for this Camille. However, not actually having it while Flick has the Bammy Cinder and the Chain Vest is a bit punishing. Down bottom, Zyda roams again. Gotta say, he is improving very, very fast.
That was just a clean round 2 because Zyda wants to go down into the bottom lane. He already caught Tilting out his own jungle. Now he catches him out in his own lane. Where can this man go? There's nowhere safe for him. Tilting, he must feel really bad at the current moment. And look, this is Zyda's power because the fact that they unlocked the mid position so fast in the early game means that Zyda could roam bot. Zyda can now roam top freely. They get a turret, they get a kill, they can get a dragon. And this whole map is open from that one turret in the mid.
Even on the meta, Corvidae look fine. I mean, it's when they pick the off-meta picks that sometimes we question it doesn't work in their favor. Their early game has been strong. And we know in the past that they've really gotten a strong lead. But they've just got to continue it forward by getting that Mountain Drake, by getting that 2k gold lead, a couple of turrets on the board as well. Corvidae look like they're in the same position. However, getting to mid-game, I feel like is the strongest point here.
Yeah, so if they can get to this midpoint safely and they can manage to not fall too behind once they do get there, then it's going to be really well done by Corvidae. That's really the way that they want to play at the current moment. They've certainly got all the tools in their belt to do so because you take a look at their gold lead, they're nearly pulling apart from 3k. It's a little bit under that right now, so it's still really even between them and Sin Academy, but it's growing. And Flick, wow, he won stealing as well.
It's very interesting. They send Flick down bottom, and the bottom lane from Corvidae goes to top, but out of these top laners, I feel like Raven could definitely 1v2, but could Flick.
Neither of these two top lanes can 1v2. That is, quite frankly speaking, my analysis. But nonetheless, they don't want the 1v2. They just want to go straight for the turrets. And Flick, he's actually playing a really smart champion. I think as far as it goes, if he does manage to trade even with the bot lane of Sin Academy, he can heal up. Because his passive effectively is when minions die around him, he gets a little bit of health back. And that's going to keep him really healthy in defending this turret. Because so long as he's here, it means that Sprentstammer always has to watch where he's standing.
Exactly right, and because he's getting low on mana as well, Flick feels comfortable, and especially because this top laner does get a bit of sustain every time a minion dies, but a lot of poke, and potentially Corvidae going to reach this turret first.
Yeah, and not only that, but also the Zyroplan's dying, so it even works out for him even more.
Oh, does it count towards the Zyroplans?
Pretty much anything that dies around him counts. It's pretty crazy. It's one of the best passives in the game.
He's like the Grim Reaper. That's exactly right. Gets life off other people's death. Well, the turret is going to be responded, and again, the gold keeps jigsawing.
Oh, it's not stopping.
No, Corvidae are now rotating up to top. This is a big rotation. Flick goes mid, teleports mid, in fact. And he's going to stop that mid turret. They're now going for the inhibitor turret.
They're still not stopping.
Who's responding to this?
All right, they finally stopped, so we can talk about it right now. But the fact that Corvidae managed to get that top turret so much faster than Sin Academy could get that bot turret means that they could have kept on pushing. And by the time that Sin Academy got the bottom turret and even knew that Corvidae wasn't stopping, they just went straight for the second one.
Rift Herald, like you said, Preacher, taken when teams are ahead. Only a 2k gold lead, but it's going down pretty quick. Remembering that they do have the first Mountain Drake of the game. Going to give it to Flick? Yes, they are. So that's going to be a lot of pushing pressure. And against a Camille, I feel like this lane just got harder.
It's not just a Camille. It also means that when he's going towards Sprensama and also tilting in one of the side lanes, he takes a whole lot less damage. 5%, in fact, from that Rift Herald buff. So that's going to be really advantageous to the playstyle of Corvidae. They like to rotate their top lane into a pushing lane and just make sure that it doesn't push towards them. But yeah, if Flick manages to meet Raven by pure coincidence, go into a lane that Raven's in, he's going to be really happy because he's already proven time and time again that he can win that 1v1.
Well, I'll tell you what, Preacher, Zyder is absolutely destroying this mid lane. 2,700 gold. That is incredible. Even in the bottom lane, Sprensama having that gold advantage. Can you tell me, I mean, honestly, just 5-1-0 on this Syndra. Almost 3K. Like, this is nuts.
Yeah, I mean, once he gets to that 3K advantage, it means he's going to be a full item above QB. Not only
I think
that,
he already is a full item above.
Yeah, but not only that, one of QB's items is a late game scaling item in the perfect hex core. So until then, Zyder's going to have all the advantage in this matchup, and it's going to be really punishing coming out for QB.
Well, Boss may be caught as he looks for the rotation. Flicks there on the side. Ace in the hole used. Boss waiting for the Dragon's Rage. Finishes it off after a flash. Unleash power
Raven
onto Praelis. Zyder gets sniped down and a shutdown. Sprensama, you have to deal with the Troll, and the Troll gets you. Sin Academy gets some kind of retribution on the board. There's the hook shot. Finding into hate. He goes down. The rest of Sin Academy crush Corvidae, and there's a classic mid-game Preacher.
So there was Corvidae falling apart. They thought that they could take the fight just because of the huge gold advantage they had. All of a sudden, Sin Academy collapsed, and you really got to give it to Raven. We had a lot of questions for this guy. We said last week you had a pentakill and you didn't transition into anything. This week, so much more.
But his team fight is always good, right?
Yes.
Like you said, that's why he got the pentakill. His team fight's fantastic. We questioned some of his laning phase and his individual mechanics. Maybe no more as he gets Flick. 4 kills on this Camille. And I'm starting to think that Sin Academy hold the cards.
So I think that Raven has a really good time into this matchup. But looking at this team fight, practically what happens is it's really messy, and Corvidae are actually winning it until Raven comes in right now. Gets a solo kill, gets another one right here. And from that point onwards, you really got to question Flick, nowhere in the middle of this team fight, all of a sudden getting collapsed on by the 3 members of Sin Academy. Too much damage coming in.
Slowing it down to Sin Academy's favor. That was the real technique there, but Corvidae have lost all their gold advantage. In fact, a 1k gold lead by Sin Academy. Dragons up in 30 seconds, and there's potentially going to be a big fight around this next objective.
I mean, the next dragon is going to be massive. It's a Cloud Drake, so...
I love how we're talking up. It's going to be massive, Preacher. It's going to be huge. It's a Cloud Drake.
I mean, it's still a Drake
Yes.
nonetheless. You can still prioritize it, and one of the good things about taking Drakes, even if it is a Cloud Drake, is you take it for the sake of taking it, but 2-man stun!
Oh my god, the stun is massive. They go in, they follow it up. Chaos Storm not going to be enough. That's 2 big kills for Corvidae.
Wow.
I love Seesaws.
I mean, I love watching Zyder effectively pick out the enemy champions because that is his power. He's already picked out tilting like 3 times throughout this game, and now he gets an excellent 2-man stun off onto both QB and Praelis. That puts him into a pretty good position. Not good enough for Baron, I dare say, though.
Zyder again looking for his scat of the week, which they have been on point this game, mind you, and his gold is growing and growing and growing. Especially since that last fight. I mean, QB does even it out a little bit, but individually, Zyder's gold is still much further ahead.
Yeah, Zyder's always going to be sitting a little bit ahead of the curve here, but Raven comes in!
Raven with the hook shot gets Dragon's Rage back. And Sin Academy, I think they want to go in on this one. Zyder gets him to half health. Can't find scat of the week, but now they know it's down. Corvidae almost get jumped.
Okay, so that was a little bit questionable coming out from Boss. Very reactionary, but still really good nonetheless. I think the only downside to kicking Raven so early is that if you use your kick and if they know that your kick isn't available, all of a sudden Raven can just dive onto anybody with Hextech Ultimatum, and there's no way you can get him off of that target. So,
okay,
well done,
interactions, 10 out of 10. With Sin Academy now picking up that Air Drake, I mean, they've got a lot of mobility on the map with a Rengar and a Camille comp. I dare say I doubted that one, but it's not like having a Karma on your team, I guess. Not that special, Preacher.
No, not that big, but it still is enough to pick out somebody from the enemy team, especially a Rengar coming in from stealth, something that you don't quite expect. By the time you get the notification, you're furiously running back, and all of a sudden, he's on top of it.
Pops up, does it?
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, he sends you a slight
Rengar
DM.
roll.
He says, hey, man, just going to murder you. And all of a sudden, he gets on top of you. But nonetheless, take a look at the gold discrepancy, because it's barely anything right now between Sin Academy and Corvidae. That's huge, coming in from a 3K gold lead of Corvidae in the early game. You really got to give it to Corvidae. They won it early. Now they've lost it a little bit, but they're still hanging on. If they manage to pull this one back into the late game, which is something that they're also known for, then it could go really well.
But Sin Academy here, I mean, they look comfortable as I say
Prayless.
that. No, cast the curse again. What have I done? Prayless goes down to Zyda after the unleashed power. Ace in the hole was channeled, so that ultimate's down as well. But I was about to ask you, Preacher, I mean, what does Sin Academy have to do to get even further ahead? I
mean, not get picked out, that's a good start, but here's the deal, okay? Zyda and Victor, extremely questionable, but Zyda on Xerath, Zyda on Syndra, I think that he looks really good. I think it's just Victor in specific that he doesn't do too well into. Yep. But take a look at him. He's been catching up people left, right, and center. He's got 7 kills, 5 of which were because of his proactive stuns. He used his Null Sphere, and he also used his Scatter the Weak. This guy is on point.
Well, Corvidae were looking for a bit of a bait, but there was a ward there. Suddenly appears Raven, who flashes with a Hextech ultimatum. Stun doesn't matter. Hate just gets destroyed there. The Chaos Storm looking for more damage onto Flick, onto Dragon, who stands there for a second, interestingly enough. Sin Academy, they find the pressure, and they're going to find the turret as well.
Yeah, and that is the power of the Camille. She uses her ultimate for lockdown, not necessarily for damage. I don't know if you've ever played Camille or not, but the damage on her ultimate is very negligible. It does. You can't really feel it. You really use it just to make sure the enemy can't run away from that situation. And hey, just gets taken down 100-0. Doesn't even matter that Dragon's there to stop Raven, because Raven's not the one doing damage. The rest of his team is.
I feel like, yeah, that's exactly right, but I mean, you still got to be wary of Raven. This is... is he waiting? He was like waiting around the corner.
Doesn't want this.
Boss steps out. Because he can definitely 1v1 right now. Ravenous Hydra, Trinity Force. I mean, he's coming online. He's got Ninja Tabby, which everyone definitely agrees with there. When you're looking at the team from Corvidae, there's 2 AP pressures, but in terms of auto attack, it's definitely going to be a Caitlyn and a Trundle who are harassing you.
Yeah, so not only that, but Ninja Tabi is possibly one of the most effective items in the game just for pure damage mitigation alone. If you only need one thing, get that one into your summer, and all of a sudden you have
your summer.
Yeah, and then you have a really good time. take it with you onto the beach. You get a little bit of sand.
What, Ninja Tabby?
Yeah, it's one of the best items in the game just because of how much damage it negates, given its power. But Raven
caught out with the Nether Grasp, has to run away. Good pillar to disrupt the hook shot. Flick is still following this one around. Flashes onto Raven. Nice use of the blast cone. Sends Flick into the rest of the team, but Sin Academy want to disengage. They lock down Flick just to negate his time, and Prayless used Thrill of the Hunt for Norvale.
That was actually really awesome coming out from Raven. He used that blast cone to get him out to safety, and what would have otherwise been a really dead Camille ends up being not too much. He's still got teleport, so if Corvidae want to go for a risky Baron, there's a teleport available for him.
Okay, Preacher, so Corvidae here, do they pick up the Baron, or do they bait it, or do they pretty much just make sure Sin can't rush down mid?
Unless they get an ace, I don't really think that Corvidae is sitting in a good position to go for the Baron just because of the team comp from Sin Academy. They call it right now, and Sin Academy, they know it. They're looking for a fight.
Praylor sitting on the back of the pit. He's going to have to get rid of this control ward. But Sin Academy are going to be spotted by Raven, who goes into the enemy team and just pushes them away. Corvidae disengage off the Baron. Preacher, that is still an even gold lead, and Raven hits the Baron with the Ravenous Hydra. Sin might be pushing mid.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Sin have been doing all of this game. They know for certain that they can't take the Baron, but denying it away from Corvidae, that was their main priority just then. So doing it away really fine. Corvidae, they should recognize this. They should recognize that unless they get a straight ace, Baron's just off the table. I mean, it's not really that much worth it. It puts a huge debuff onto you, especially with Sin Academy coming out here. The magic damage coming out from QB with enough stacks of the Baron debuff could just potentially kill you 100-0.
Okay, Corvidae here. The Dragon's up in a minute. They look to be prioritizing this one. Not too many wards around that pit, but Flick is going to start things up. 45 seconds, Preacher, and it's a Mountain Drake already on Corvidae's side, a Cloud for Sin Academy, and this next one, cameraman, go down a little. You know you can. You know you could do it for me. Flick's walking down. It's going to be an Ocean Drake that was spotted in the corner. Thank you very much. And 30 seconds on the clock, Corvidae, they're prioritizing spreading across this river, but maybe no one wants to look at the Drake.
Yeah, nobody really wants to go for this Ocean Drake. I think it's going to be a huge bait because whichever team does, the other one's just going to run straight up towards the Baron, but that's questionable. Whether I agree with it or not, it has no effect on the fact that the teams, they're really going to prioritize it. It actually looks like Corvidae, they want to go for it again.
Okay, so they start at the Baron. I like how the headshot actually hits Baron's head instead of the body. If you've ever noticed that interaction. Anyway, 4K, 3K
Teleport.
now. Plants are in the side. Praelis goes in, doesn't find the steal, but there's the ultimate coming through from Zyra. Unleash power.
What?
Brainstormer destroyed. Chaos Storm only goes towards Zyra. They do get boss as a response, but the rest of Corvidae are running out. Hook shots there. Hextech ultimatum onto Flick, but you find Flick, you don't really want that member. In comes Sin Academy. Following through, Praelis gets a kill onto Hate. Now Flick is going backwards towards the enemy's base. Sin Academy, they're going to be happy with this. Raven's a little bit low. He's going to back off. Are we chasing Flick or not? Maybe not.
I mean, you could disrupt his back, but he does have Baron. Oh, watch this. He might be out.
He's out. No, well, Preacher, everyone stop following him, so that's it. We're going to leave Flick to his own demise, which he's going to be happy about. 2 kills is all Sin Academy got for that, but the Baron still didn't come in, and Corvidae still looked to be okay.
Yeah, and it's huge because the Baron stays on both the 1 and the 4 component of this split push of Corvidae. So they're sitting really comfortable coming into this one. The fact that they didn't chase the Trundle down really does punish Sin Academy because it means that the 1 portion of the 1-4 is going to be really tough for them to deal with. And from this point onwards, I don't even think they can get the Dragon.
Okay, so tilting is there. Ultimate used onto Praelis. Zyda does pick him up in the end. Corvidae put everything onto Zyda, and apparently he will carry.
That was really strange coming out from Sin Academy. Not too sure why they called a Dragon right after all of the Baron recalls happened off Corvidae, and they were well out of their base. And that's just really what happens, because right now they don't even have to run a 1-4. They can just straight 5-man bot lane.
Well, why would you? I mean, Flick is huge. However, Zyda is even bigger. Put them both in the lane. And with a 4-item Syndra, I mean, you got to start running scared. This turret is going to go down so quick. Zyda's still going to look comfortable.
Oh,
the Flash Nethergrass comes through to Raven. They knock him up. They kick him to the side. They bully him even more. The Hextech ultimatum. Raven still lives. They pick up the Lee Sin. Flick can't do anything about it. And Sin, yes, they do get some kind of redemption on the board, but Corvidae still have Baron.
I mean, that wasn't really what Corvidae was looking for. They wanted to pick out Raven, but why would you want to go on possibly one of the most agile members of Sin Academy, somebody who can jump out of pretty much any single pick you throw out at them? Take a look at Raven. Got taken down to half health, just hook shotted out of there, and that was really questionable coming out from Dragon. Now his ultimate and his flash are down. It's going to be massive.
Praelis, he is going to be spotted out, but he can hear a heartbeat. Whose is it? No, okay, maybe not. He doesn't follow it up.
Doesn't care. It's
for
Flicks.
a ward. Caitlyn was there. That's all right. Does have Baron, though, so wouldn't have been able to follow that one up. 3, 4, 5 on this. Damn. on Praelis right now. I'm counting, Preacher. I'm learning. Dead Man's Plate. It will be a bit of a tanky build. It looks like he's going for Spectre's Cal. You were right.
Yeah.
Spooks was building right in solo queue,
It's
apparently.
a good build path, because what it means is that your enemy really panic when a Rengar jumps on you. I don't know if you've ever experienced a Rengar full build jumping on you as ADC. Yeah, it's one of the scariest things in the world. You'll back off, you'll try to burst him down, can't do it, burn all of your abilities onto him, and then Raven comes in, Sprenstarmer comes in, QB comes in to just clean house.
Corvidae now pushing with this Baron advantage. They get the second, inner turret coming through. Next up is Inhibitor turret. And the wave clear is just immense at this point. I mean, Corvidae sitting comfortable with Zyta. They're going to start putting some damage down. Sin Academy just trying to defend.
Well, once again, you're talking about a Baron push. So Corvidae do have the slow push available if they want to chip away at this turret. I don't think it's the smartest idea that they can go for, because
Has expired as well.
yeah, okay, so it just expired onto them. It means they're not going to have too much of that available for them. They're just trying to find picks at this point, because they've taken down all of the turrets outside of the base of Sin Academy. That's really all they can go for, and Zyder's known for this.
No,
Praelis!
Nethergrass locked down. He's not tanky enough. There's a nice ultimate from the Zyra, but it's not going to find any kind of follow-up from Sin Academy. And Corvidae just keep getting picks after picks.
I mean, I don't really think that anybody is tanky enough to really withstand 5 people wailing onto them. And Praelis gets caught.
Whoa!
Whoa!
See you later, Hate. Gets Dragon's Rage. Raven, do it again.
I mean, I'm not too sure that Raven should have disengaged. He could have 100-0 boss as well before either of the 2 members of Corvidae came in.
Trying to outplay. The hookshot doesn't get it. Nice exhaust. Lockdown. Unleash power. Raven is shut down by Zyda.
Okay, so Zyda's pick potential on Syndra is absolutely insane. But I don't even think we need to talk about that because something more important's happened.
Preacher, glimpse of the void is getting used. Wait, there it is. I think this mid turret is going to go down, maybe at the cost of Flick's life. He sends up a pillar, but that inhibitor is now wide open. They use a chain of corruption. They flash. Do they have the damage, though, to take away Flick? He's going to flash over the wall. Is it really worth?
I mean, it's a flash for a flash. He gets a mid-turret as well. I think that Flick is sitting extremely comfortable at the current moment. Not only that, but Corvidae is as well. They managed to finally break the base of Sin Academy. So what this means is that Flick can go back, Flick can reset the whole map, and now Corvidae as a 5-man unit can just hard push down mid. There's no turret stopping them. They can chip away at that inhibitor and finally take it.
I think when we were talking about teams struggling to close down games at the start of this week, we meant that, you know, they didn't know how to sort of... I keep saying the word cement. I don't like cement. I want to pick something else. Give me another word, Preacher.
I mean, I don't know what you really want to talk about. Mortar?
Mortar. No.
Mortar works as cement.
They want to strengthen their lead and eventually end out these games. And this is a good example of Corvidae really struggling to find that lead.
They want to go from strength to strength.
Yeah.
That's what they're looking for. But it's going to be really hard for these two teams because they're really pick-oriented, and if you don't find the picks and you don't get that much of a lead for yourself, so really all the gold that comes out from this map isn't from the macro, it's from simply picking out the enemies, walking into a bad position. And for the most part, Zyda's been able to do that really fine, but if nothing happens in the late game, if everybody's moving as a 5-man unit, the game slows down drastically.
Seeing him step up on this Syndra is a breath of fresh air, especially for this mid laner who had a shaky start to the competition. 11-2-2 on this Syndra with Rabadons and Luden's Echo. There's a lot of flat coming through, and there's a lot of utility in that build too, especially with the Liandry's. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a full build Syndra, and he's been full build for quite a while now. You get hit by Scatter the Weak, and your life is non-existent.
And we all know that Zyda can hit his Scatter the Weak. I mean, it's no secret. He's been pretty much making his whole career in this game out of hitting that Scatter the Weak. And look at this, the Death Brush coming out from Corvidae.
No.
Don't walk into it, guys. Sin, come on.
Sin's nowhere nearby. However, I feel like they may spot out QB in the mid lane. Zyda's traveling over, flashes there, Scatter the Weak in a wide various location. They now see that Thrill of the Hunt is on. Chaos Storm has been used. Praelis is chasing this. He can't catch up. Yes, he can. No, Scatter the Weak again. Remember, he's very tanky. Tries to get rid of the CC. Doesn't lock anyone down. Corvidae, they've now had to commit to QB, who misses the Sonic Wave. Again, Scatter the Weak. The flash has to come through as well. They now start going onto Zyda. A flash from Praelis. Already a double kill on the back. Hello, Hate. He's just picked up so many kills with Dragon. Teleport cancelled. Not even needed. And Corvidae, because of Hate, come out ahead. Wow,
Hate is finally starting to get online. I mean, this Caitlyn took a really long while, but he's finally got 2 attack speed items, that Infinity Edge as well. He's sitting on 90% crit chance, and now he's starting to do a lot of damage. So advantage once again going over to Corvidae here.
Well, Raven goes in for the split push, unaware that Praelis has joined. He is pretty low, but he's tanky, remember. So Flick starts going on him, but unable to get anything. Meanwhile, Corvidae in this top lane, this is their response. An inhibitor opening the base, and Boss stops the back from Raven. Why not just go and end?
I mean, 5 seconds onto Sprint Starmer.
Kill him.
Just kill him. I mean, Dragon doesn't quite have his ultimate up, so there is that inhibiting them from doing so. But Boss...
Forget the Dragon Preacher. Boss is getting 1v2'd, and he will die. He has a GA, a flash from Raven. He's now sitting on his position. Thrill of the Hunt used once again over the wall with the hookshot. Boss will go down here to Raven, who's now 8-2-5, so it is a response.
And 50 seconds on Boss means that both a Baron or an Elder Drake can be taken from Sin Academy with ease, because Praelis is up, he's got his smite, they can go for these objectives, and Corvidae, you know, you really have to be worrying at this point, because if you give up either of these 2 buffs, it's going to be massive.
Sin Academy look to go in, Scatter the Weak, doesn't hit. Again, ace in the hole on QB, not doing too much to this Victor, who actually doesn't have any armor, so it's curious to see that Hate is still not doing enough damage.
Yeah, and that's really weird because Hate was the cleanup crew for that last fight. He picked up 2 out of the 3 kills available for him, and now Sin Academy, they're pulling the trigger.
This is a desperation Baron play coming through for Sin Academy. Corvidae are aware to it. Chain of Corruption used on Dragon. That is no ult for the Varus. However,
No Boss.
Raven sits on the back of the pit. Sin Academy, they get Baron.
Yeah, I mean, Boss wasn't up. Boss was nowhere near available, so they just go for it. Wow!
Follows the flash with the Hextech ultimatum. Raven now unable to really catch up until he has hookshot. How long until that as Prayless comes through? Use the Unleashed Power, which destroys. Raven now caught as well. 2 members down. They do pick up one with the help of Sprentstama. On the side, Flick has now joined the fight. Ultimate from Zyra knocks Flick up, gets some time. Sprentstama has to heal and flash away. Hail of arrows to slow things down. They want to turn. They get a snipe. That's massive. The laser comes through. A flash again from Dragon. Unable to find anything. Sorry, that was tilting, but is he going to go down to the
last
super
minion? No, okay. All right, he's sitting really No, don't turn. Okay, so practically, Sin Academy. That was extremely messy from them because they get a Baron. At that point, what they should do is they should back. They should save their base, which is getting demolished right now.
You were going to say wrecked?
I was going to say getting wrecked by all these minions coming up, but beyond that point, they should have done that. They should have collected themselves, and they should have pushed up with this Baron buff. What did they do instead? They try to get a pick for themselves, and they are lucky that they managed to make it a 2 out of 2, because if they didn't get those last 2 by the end there, that could have been really punishing, and that could have effectively been game for them as Corvidae barrels down mid lane.
Are Sin in a position now to win it? Even with that Nexus turret down, I mean, they still do have one available, but are they in a position to actually challenge Corvidae to a 5v5?
They've got the Baron buff. They got Baron buff on a lot of members, so it's always possible. I think the only thing that we have to watch out for now is who gets this Elder Drake, because Elder Drake does not apply a debuff. It doesn't do a lot of damage, so Corvidae can just keep on tanking this one up.
Teleport coming through. This is going to be from Raven entering the fight. Elder's at 4k, going down very quickly. Hookshot to go in. Looking for the sweep, does find it. Dragon's Rage used. Their scatter of the week. Raven getting destroyed very quickly. GA pop. QB does pick up Dragon. This is a nice Chaos Storm. They dodge away from Syndra's damage. Again, ultimate comes through, and Raven goes down, tilting as well. You just got to get rid of that Syndra, because Zyra is still very healthy.
Oh, wow. But hey, it's not over yet, because I think that it's still 2v3. This Elder Drake, they're still going onto it.
This is a very interesting play. Flick goes in straight onto Sprentstama. Prayless has to help him. Goes through. Zyra doesn't get Scatter the Weak. However, Pillar does slow Prayless down.
Prayless?
Stop attacking the Elder Drake. It's over.
It's on 2k health. He's greeting.
No, hang on. Scatter the Weak again onto QB. He ghosts this time. And he does have Flash available, looking for the outplay. Oh my god, doesn't find
no,
it.
The Elder Drake.
Flick, it does pick him up. And all in all, Sin Academy, they don't get the Elder, but we get a very messy team fight from both teams.
Messy is the word of the day, Hysterics. What just went on there?
Oh, and the turret went down, Preacher.
No, this is heartbreaking, because Sin, your base, you don't have an inhibitor. It's not swinging towards your favor. Don't know why they hung around Elder Drake for the longest time there.
Oh, that minion trying to be a hero, but Flick will now get all the wards in the back of the pit. Just going to clear things out, and they're going to start Elder. Potentially get it. If Corvidae get this, I mean, this is just going to be the Cinderella story.
Hey, take a look at top lane. It's still pushing towards Sin Academy's base.
Prayless ults. He wants to go in the pit way too late. It is secured by Boss. So Corvidae now have the Elder Drake, and that is a 2 elemental Elder with a mountain sitting pretty.
So what they can do right now is they can effectively barrel it down either mid or bottom lane, and at this point, Corvidae are just way too ahead for Sin Academy to really contest. If they get any sort of poke down onto Sin Academy, which they can very easily from Hate's rapid fire cannon, that's going to be a huge Dragon Bird coming out for them.
We're safe now, because the Nexus is untargetable, and Inhibitor's up. The base is absolutely in shatters coming through for Sin Academy. I mean, Corvidae, they only have a 1k gold lead, but the thing is, items don't really matter anymore. You're looking at an 80 carry who, yes, is still trying to catch up. Sprentstama's almost finished his item build. I'm a bit disappointed. It is Hate's first game on the stage. So let's not take anything away from him. But what we need to note is he has gone for Ninja Tabi. So this has been an interesting international build that's been adapted by Oceania.
Yeah, I mean, the Ninja Tabi, we said time and time again, is just one of the best boots. You take a look at the other options available. Berserker's Greaves, not really that effective on a Caitlyn when you're looking at so much attack speed naturally in your build. So, you know, Berserker's Greaves still works out, but it means that he gets to survive a little bit on both Raven and Prayless trying to hit him in the backline.
Definitely an interesting pickup, but one that has kept him alive, I dare say. 1k gold lead, but 43 minutes, and Corvidae just trying to close out this game with an open base. The problem is they can't get through the front door.
what they're trying right now, and this Elder Drake buff should help him, but Dragon goes in.
Flash Nethergrass onto Raven. He's locked up, has to flash away. Tilting gets destroyed. Zyda's the next target and definitely should be. Praelis tries to go in, flashes after him. He just can't find him.
Guardian
the
Angel.
GA is being used. Zyda's disengaged. Boss gets very low. Sniped by Sprenstarmer. Now onto Flick because Raven is still alive. They keep 4 members alive for a trade of 3 on Corvidays. And Sin Academy.
Wow!
Sprenstarmer, you are Australian Sniper confirmed.
That was amazing coming out from them, and take a look.
Sign your check.
Yeah, Elder Drake. A team with Elder Drake should not be losing to that.
Okay, so this is the power of Camille. Raven chases down. Is that game? Preacher.
That could very well be game.
Is that game?
These death timers are extremely long. Dragon is the earliest one up, has
not.
10 seconds on his life. Everybody else is upwards of 20 seconds on their
Surely
lives.
not.
I don't think Dragon can defend this by himself.
Okay, so 18 seconds on boss. Is Sin Academy gonna win this?
It quite looks
Are you
like it.
joking?
Hysterics, they're going for the base.
They now go on to QB, but I'm afraid Dragon doesn't really have what it takes. He does take down QB to slow it down. What just happened?
What a reverse game coming out from Sin Academy for the longest time. Corvidae.
What?
Corvidae was in the lead, and then all of a sudden, last second, they lose a fight with Elder Drake, no
They
less. And then it just swings towards Sin Academy.
That was an open nexus. That was an open nexus. That was opportunity for Corvidae to finish it out. They position round mid. They go to the front door. It's now open. We walk in. I got to give it to Sprenstarmer. We know that's who really did the damage there. If I ever have a look at the damage charts, I know I'm going to look at the Varus because the thing is, he gets a triple kill in the end. He's poked everyone out. If Zyda didn't die, that could have been a safe.
Yeah, it could have been extremely safe going over for Corvidae, but the fact that they went into that base, I think they tried to push it a little bit too hard without necessarily having the minion advantage. They didn't really use their poke out as much as Sin Academy did. I think that was really their downside. They should have knocked first.
Well, that is going to be Sin Academy picking up a convincing, not convincing game. And it's only going to get better for here because the last game of the night is going to be Regicide, who are undefeated, versus Tainted Minds Blue. Now, if Outlaws can bleed, that means Regicide can too. Can Tainted Minds Blue bring it back, make an epic game to finish off the night for the OCS Week 5? Well, got to stick around and find out. 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back to the OCS. My name is Hysterics. Next to me is Preacher. And if it bleeds, Preacher, we can kill it. That's the theme for this next game. Regicide versus Tainted Minds Blue. Tainted Minds Blue have not picked up a win.
Of course. And looking back at last game, Sin Academy, they looked like they were really poised to take it, and all of a sudden they finally win. They managed to take out Corvidae in the end there, so it means that a 4-0 can potentially lose into the last game of the night. Regicide into Tainted Minds Blue. Now this one's a little bit more one-sided. It is a 4-0 versus a 0-4, but nonetheless, you know, anything can happen, and this is the OCS. We just saw what happened last game. They can swing it back.
Definitely can. When you're knocking on that door, that's the most important thing. Preacher, one narrow part of Regicide I want to look at. And the fact that Regicide's jungler is an absolute monster. However, there's someone appearing on Tainted Minds Blue roster that we've seen before, as I break my pen. It's Pabu, but he's not at top lane. He's in the jungle.
All right, so Pabu 22, fresh from the OPL, comes back into the OCS, couldn't play last week. Now he's finally back onto his original team, which is Tainted Minds Blue, but he's not in the top lane. Now, this is really weird coming in, because I got a couple of stats that I want to talk about before I hand it back to you. Drax in the top lane last week, 38% kill participation. Dreadlord, 71%. You decide to replace Dreadlord instead of Drax, that's all I'm going to say.
That's heavy, Preacher. That's very heavy. Let's see how we go from there. Look, it is going to be Bonivia every single time they verse.
What a surprise.
It's like, get rid of Anivia. What else do? We get rid of the one trick. But what about Vel'Koz?
I don't know. Vel'Koz, you know, he can just pick it up and it's going to be all fine. He can also go with Orianna. Orianna's also fine for him, which means that he's finally branched out to the point where if you ban out his Anivia, he's still got 2 more picks, and then you have to decide, do I ban out his other picks, or do I just let him get something that's comfortable for him anyway?
The thing is, does Pabu play Renekton in the jungle? Like,
just hard bully out the jungle camps, make sure they never show their face again. I'm not too certain.
I'm sure that's what Ivan does anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too certain that that's what Renekton does. Hopefully he picks up something a little bit more meta, a little bit more carry.
Yeah,
I would trust him too.
I'll definitely agree with that, Preacher, so let's see what he picks up. Now, the bans are going to be pretty standard. However, the Rumble intrigues me again. Especially this time over to the side of Regicide. So perhaps they're trying something new in scrims. They're looking forward to that international pick that's been so successful in both jungle and top.
I mean, you can never deny Six's ability to make a whole lot of plays in the top lane, because this was the guy who originally did get, I believe, XL5 into the OPL in the first place. He promoted them up throughout last split. So he has all of the power-making potential in his hands. Put a Rumble onto him. No, they don't want to deal with it. They don't want to do all the hypotheticals in their mind. They just take it off.
And first pick, Syndra. So pretty standard, but the Vara's taken away. I mean, today it's been such a big priority. 3 out of 4 games that has been in the last ban.
Yeah, and Varus is just so strong for this reason. Even though lethality did get toned back, other champions did also get hit a lot as well. So obviously taking him down, it means that Jhin is the natural response left. He is still up. Either of these two teams picking up Jhin is going to have a good time.
Pabu picks Graves, though, in the jungle, so I like that. So that's pretty much his play style.
Exactly.
Aggressive, rough. Doesn't have a cigar, but that's all right. I mean, the thing is,
he's 17. He can't smoke.
That's exactly right. Thank you very much. I love how you tell me that. And you're back in the champs. Like, with Karma getting picked up, I like this with the Graves. And I feel like Regicide now have to respond with, you know what. You're an analyst. You know what they have to respond with, Preacher.
I don't know. I don't really know what you're alluding to. I mean, like,
is the Jhin a possibility?
Yes, the Jhin is a possibility.
Come on,
I was already talking about the Jhin beforehand. Yeah, like, the Jhin is a possibility. They can take it away from them, but if they don't, then the Ashe is still available. Ezreal, we saw Ezreal doing a lot of good work on the OCS as well, so I wouldn't even be surprised if that was available for
mean, Jhin, Maokai is the final response. So the fact that 80 carries now in the OCS are a little bit more versatile, they're a little bit more flexible with their picks, means quite a lot. Please don't do that. Now, if an Ashe gets picked up, does it work with the Graves comp? I mean, like, is there any... Or does it just fit right in?
Yeah, it fits right in, because what it means is that you've got Graves to be the actual ADC, you've got Ashe to be more the support utility type of player, and it just works really well into this team comp. It works well into Pabu as well, because he loves the hard counter. There we go.
Thank you.
Right into our hands.
Wow. Tonight, I feel like every OCS night just builds the hype. And if you haven't watched before, you're going to start watching now. Look, Ashe getting picked up, like we said, is just this really relevant pick at the moment. And it's a fantastic 80 carry as well, being prioritized all over the world. Now that we come into the second ban phase, I'm curious if they get rid of something like in the support pool for Ayla, getting rid of the Nami maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you can take away the Nami, but here's one thing that Regicide can start doing, going over to Tainted Minds, because we were talking about the other way around. They can start banning out Bo Nivea's champions, because we see him on Orianna, we've also seen him on Vel'Koz.
Yep.
You take those two away from him, and all of a sudden, he has to show another card that he's holding close to his chest. So another one revealed for him. It may not be Comfort anymore, it may just be what he can play.
And what can he play is the biggest question we want to know.
Nope.
Question we want to know. Statement. I don't know. Maybe English isn't my strong suit after all.
Question we want answered.
Look, definitely. The fact that they get rid of the Fiora, I mean, that's not too complicated for Drax. The guy can probably play Trundle as well. You know, he has a lot of versatility in that top lane. We just want to see him perform better. And like you said, he doesn't have a high kill participation. We want to see more map rotation. So, in all actual fact, why not pick up the Shen?
Yeah, I mean, he did play Shen last week, and it's really odd that given the fact that he played such a supporty champion, such a champion who can make so many plays around the map, that he didn't succeed too much on it. 38% kill participation should be higher just from your ultimate and your E alone in the middle of the team fight. So the fact that he didn't manage to pull that one off, really big alarm bells for his team.
Okay, so now that we come to the last and final ban, after taking away the Kha'Zix from Lisa, I want to see him back on the Lee Sin. You know, like, it's a meme, right? His Lee's in his name, but he's lost his Graves. Pabu's taken that one away, snaked it away, if you will. So, Lisa, what else can he go on? What else is an opportune moment for him to carry?
Of course he can go on the Lee Sin. He's been known to play this Lee Sin a lot, and he does really well on that champion. It is his namesake, of course, but going into this matchup, I think that he's going to have a little bit more of an advantage, because Pabu, sure, you can play a lot of Graves in solo queue. You can get all the way up to Challenger with it and win a lot of games into it, but still.
Breacher. Ari was just locked in.
So
that is Bo Nivea on Ari. That's interesting, that's complex, and going against a Syndra, that feels difficult.
Yeah, but this is what we were really thinking was going to happen coming into this matchup, was the fact that so many options taken away from them. Of course, Vel'Koz is open for them still with these bans available, but they just go for something that's comfort at this point. Now, Ari does have a lot of good things in the Syndra. We have seen Faker at the end of last year during the Worlds patch actually choose to take this Orianna into Syndra. Was never played, by the way, but he had this pocket pick available where he goes the Proto Belt and he gets an extra dash into
Ari,
that.
you mean?
No, into Syndra. And he just gets...
Ari into Syndra.
Yeah, Ari into Syndra. Yeah, the Ari gets one more dash. It's just so punishing for the Syndra.
Preacher, I'm pointing at the pen. With the pen, sorry, because this is very important. Nocturne's just been locked in. Lisa's just decided Nocturne.
I mean,
against Graves.
At this point,
I like it.
Yeah, there's not too much to say about it. One hard farm versus another hard farm. Now, Nocturne has a little bit of a problem clearing in the early game. You know, these jungle camps really do push him around a lot, but if he manages to get through that, then it's going to be all right. Once he hits level 6, he'll have all of the counter ganks available for Pabu. And I guess this is the one upside coming from Challenger, not really playing the OCS as a jungler before. The fact that other junglers don't know your pathing. They just don't know where you're going to go, because you've never shown as a jungler before. You could really go anywhere and just take them by surprise.
Definitely a massive advantage. And when you have a mid laner like Bo Nivea, who's on the Ari, who's so versatile, so mobile at level 6, I mean, it could potentially just turn into like, okay, there's 2 people missing on the map. Where are they? Pabu pops out of a brush. The Charmer's a really good initiator as well. And then, you know, Tainted Minds Blue get their advantage. So, Regicide, they're undefeated, Preacher. Tainted Minds Blue, they need their first win. They need to stay safe from relegations. This is a really important game for them. Legacy Genesis have done it in the terms of beating the undefeated team, not staying away from relegations. We've got a couple more weeks to test that. But getting blood from the team that does not bleed.
I'm looking forward to it, but here's the one thing, right? So the Lulu gets picked up against Tainted Minds Blue. Within the OPL, Lulu was actually played on Tainted Minds against their enemies. So it really is strange to see that. I think that Lulu's a little bit too high priority. I personally do not think that she is that great of a support.
Really?
Yeah, I think that she sits right below pretty much every other support who's picked right now in competitive. But still, you know, she does have her applications. She definitely does work well with the Nocturne nonetheless. But the Nocturne, huge question mark, because we haven't seen Nocturne in competitive ever since, I believe, Seder Devourer back in the days.
Preacher, I'm going to challenge you on that. You don't watch enough EULCS, my friend.
No?
No.
No? When was he last picked?
Oh, hang on. I can't. No, don't put me on the spot. I know it was...
I mean, if you're challenging...
It was either Xerxes or from Unicorns of Love. Yeah, I did start it. Thank you very much. So, either Xerxes or... Was it Splice? Was it Splice? No. Was it? I don't know.
I'm
It
just
was
watching.
picked.
I'm just
Look at
laughing
Vods.
at you. But here's the one thing, okay? That may just be a one-off, right? Like
Yeah.
beyond that, he wasn't really meta in competitive since I believe season 4 it was. So yeah, that was a really long time ago that he was meta. We don't really know how he works. Of course, he can go with the what is it?
Warrior?
No, the other one, the attack speed one. Name escapes my mind right now. So.
Seder Devour.
Yeah, Seder
No,
Devour.
well,
Yeah,
Blood
Devour.
Razor. Blood Razor.
Blood
whatever
Razor,
it's-
yeah.
It keeps changing the name.
Yeah,
It's
it
destroying
works
me.
really well onto him. He can also get a Blade of the Ruin King above that to get even more damage down onto the enemy team. And of course, his ultimate's really versatile for counter ganking, so he will always have that in his kit. It's just we haven't seen him played in competitive. We don't know what sort of map advantage he can bring.
Maybe it was G2, Preacher.
Thank you.
Maybe it was Trick from G2. Have to confirm that. I'll confirm that next week for you. So if you tune in next week, I will confirm who played Nocturne in the jungle. The thing is, has been done before. However, like you said, it's not strictly meta, and it's definitely not coming close to it as well. But going for that 1v1, the aggression is what we want to see. Right? And we've said it this week. We've said that's what they need to do. And that's what Legacy Genesis did. They played the aggression, and that's why they beat Outlaws.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that was really the theme of tonight. The fact that all of these teams, whichever ones go aggressive, they do win. One exception was the last game. But that was so wishy-washy.
Let's not talk about last game.
Let's not talk about it when it comes to figuring out hard statistics. You know, you go aggressive, you win the games. That's generally the correlation that we're looking for in the OCS right here. So if either of these two teams goes aggressive, I mean, we could well see Tainted Minds Blue win their very first game in this series just because Pabu goes aggressive. And once again, going back to my original point, if you've never seen a jungler play before, you don't know how he's going to play. You don't know where he's going to be.
Of course, when we are talking about aggression, we are talking about them going aggressive early and then, stimulating that win through team fighting, et cetera, and making the first move, not running into an enemy team 1v5 and going, this is me being aggressive.
Yeah, no. We're talking about making proactive plays, walking around the map. Like, for instance, last game, Zyda walking around the map, right? He got so many picks off, especially onto the Zyra,
bad,
just
man.
getting picks left, right, and center. And that is really how you win games, by just making proactive plays, leaving your lane once in a while, and getting more than just what is minions.
Okay, Preacher, so team composition style, how do you like what Regicide have set up here?
I mean,
apart from the Nocturne.
Yeah, apart from the Nocturne, not too happy about the bottom lane. Solo lanes are really good. I'm happy about the solo lanes. I think that is their point of carrying. I think that if they want to get ahead, that's really where they need to focus their attention. But like I said, huge question marks coming in for both of these teams, both in the jungle, coincidentally enough. So I cannot wait to get into this game and just see those get fulfilled.
Now, in terms of top lane versus jungle, I mean, very different roles if you haven't played League of Legends before. Be very curious if you didn't. How do you think Pabu's going to go in the jungle now that he's playing something that requires a little bit more map attention, which in the past was his undoing? Because in the top lane, OPL, he played for Tainted Minds. I think it was the first game around. He went amazingly up top with Renekton, but he didn't exert any pressure anywhere else. He just had his own time in the top, and he didn't help anyone.
Yeah, he double flamed Horizon, and he even lost the game from that point onwards.
Yeah.
So it really does bring some question into his map pressure. But at the very least, coming into the OCS, you should roughly have an idea where you want to apply your pressure. And if he ever wants to gank the top lane, power to him. Because what it means is that he knows the matchup in the top lane. He knows the mental of a lot of these top lane players, and he can just gank it outright with Graves, who has a huge burst.
Definitely does. Not more than Nocturne, though. Or does he?
I don't know. I mean,
what do you mean you don't know?
Nocturne does a whole lot more DPS than he does burst. He's got the constant damage coming out from both the Blood Razor and the Blade of the Ruin King. He doesn't really do too much burst. I mean, sure, he's got the initial impact of his ult, but
Bit of DPS, eh?
Barely does anything. Yeah.
So is he going to build tanky at all? Like, as a Nocturne, would you build tank stats, or were you just Bruiser?
Yeah, you build Bruiser. I mean,
like
you
Black
need
Clover sort of stuff.
Yeah, you need to survive a little bit in the middle of team fights, but you're ultimately looking to output more damage than you are tanking. So that is your real deal with them.
And I feel like Graves is doing the same thing anyway.
Yeah,
so
of course.
In terms of both these junglers, they're looking to be hard carrying. And Pabu, no exception there as we jump into the fourth and final game of the night. Hello, Regicide. Can you stay undefeated? And hello, Nocturne. The big question is really, can Tainted Minds Blue, with the help of Pabu in the jungle and Bonivia on again an interesting champion, make something happen and get themselves out of the gutter and out of that losing streak?
I mean, already, they're looking for a little bit of cheese here. I think that Tainted Minds wants it. Lisa?
Lisa stands there for a little bit. I'm not sure why, but that is interesting first blood.
Yeah, the fact that Lisa just decided to take it, Not too sure what happened over there, but that first blood does go over to Bluezor, so not really the most optimal person to give that kill over to. It does mean that he'll be able to get a little bit more, I think, about enough for boots and a couple more pots if he decides to take that into the bottom lane, but that's really all that he can get for himself scaling in, or he just wants to accelerate his Sightstone.
Big thinking face there, but anyway, Lisa will go down, and that is going to be the first blood going over to Bluezor.
Told you Nocturne was bad.
Nocturne's not bad, Jimmy. He's interesting. He's good. He's creative.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, we have to wait until he gets his level 6, because before then, he can't impact the map too much. The only way that he can is if Pabu, for some reason, goes towards him. But that's really the only way that he can output damage.
I feel like Lisa sort of expected them to all back off, but then just appeared through the brush, and his reaction was probably...
Had a ward there.
He's probably looking somewhere else anyway, so let's see how that develops and if that affects him really any bit. Remember that Regicide are the ones undefeated, and so far not a great start for them as Tainted Minds Blue find some early lead. This bottom lane, however, with the Lulu Jhin combination is one that we don't see often in the OCS.
And I think the one reason why we don't see this combination too much is the fact that Lulu's picks cannot actually be used that effectively on Jhin, because Jhin only has 4 auto attacks. After that, he has to reload. Picks can only fire 4 times on the enemy. That's really punishing going out for Kido. It means that Ayla is not going to get that much of a map, that much of presence in the bottom lane that he usually would get on any other type of ADC, but still it does work really well. Now, one of the things that I really have to question is Lowe's build. He decided not to go for the boots, which means he doesn't want to concede this lane. He thinks he can go very even on an Ashe into a Jhin, which is very questionable, but you know, if he manages to get ahead, I think that with Bluezor, it shouldn't be too difficult.
Well, Bonivia is looking okay in this lane so far. Remember that the Orb of Deception does have the range and, you know, the poke necessary to sort of force Johnson out. However, it's a charm we're worried about. Lisa already getting invaded by Pabu, who drops a ward down. He's going to sit in the side of this brush. But he's going to start red up, in fact. So I think Lisa will spot this one out. However, he's too low to really do anything about it.
I mean, Lisa knows that Pabu's still taking it because the icon's on the map. He goes to check it.
Oh, no, Pabu. He smited too early.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. All of that work and all of that travel as well.
That was
for
like
nothing.
150 as well. Like, that was off by 150 health. So that wasn't a small, like, miss-smite.
I mean, that's what happens when you go into the jungle not really playing it a whole heap. You don't know your smite scores off by heart.
Well, that's a very good point, but you can see that Pabu, I'm not sure what he's done to start this game off. However, he is firmly behind in CS. Now, Lisa died to first blood. He did get back in time to start his jungle off, but 22-7, like, that's a fair amount of CS.
Yeah, that's huge, and it's probably because Pabu spent so much time walking back and forth between his own jungle and Regicide's jungle, not getting anything inside of Lisa's jungle, walking back to his own. All of that takes a huge toll on Graves, who, without boots, means that he just doesn't travel at all, and he's already starting to feel it because he's on half CS.
Well, Tainted Minds push this bottom wave. Meanwhile, top, Sick almost takes down Drax. He's going to heal back up because of that passive, but Drax has to pop that corrupting potion.
Last one, no more.
So Drax now still very, very low. Who responds first? It's
Lisa.
Lisa. Doesn't have ultimate. Sends everything out. Twisted advance. Locked up. He can't give it to the Nocturne. Meanwhile, the flash comes through. Pabu's here to respond.
Ooh.
Good smoke screen, and it's a 1-for-1.
Wow. All right. I mean, I think that's the first time in League of Legends I've actually seen Smokescreen kill somebody, but still, nonetheless, Pabu does manage to react onto that one, so it's not too bad. He was in the correct position to do so because he was evading Lisa's topside jungle, so really well of him to go into that top lane in time. But speaking of which, in the mid lane...
Double flash, ignite, Orb of Deception, the range only just out there.
Clipped him.
Johnson has to use Ghost as well, but no summoners at all on these mid laners. You're going to be forced to back away.
And I love watching this because what it means is that Bonivia effectively cannot be called a one-trick anymore. He went so aggressive onto Johnson and he nearly got that kill down for himself. So what it means is that he's going aggro. He wants to prove to the world that he's not just known as that Bonivia, a Nivea one-trick. He can do much more.
However, I do want to see him on a Nivea one day. I mean, he must be pretty good if he's constantly banned.
Just once.
You can see Lisa has actually just rotated up to this top side as Sick pushes it into the turret. And an interesting start for Regicide to sort of claw their way back in. But you can see now that Pabu has evened up the score. He's cleared his jungle. and it's no longer a massive advantage for Lisa.
Yeah, and it's going to sit really well for him, especially after that kill. But Low's taken really low, and also Bluezor's low.
Kedu and Isla are going in on this fight. Low has to walk away. I think Kedu wants it, but healing up with the pots, the crit flash is not really worth it.
Okay, so that was really aggressive on the bot side by both of these. I think the real disengage that Tana Minds Blue should have known before that fight even started was how low Bluezor was before the trade. Ayla just 100-0 Bluezor, nearly. Bluezor survives on about a bar of HP, but nonetheless, Low decides to go for trades beyond that, and it really calls the duo into question because before, we didn't really question this at all. We said this is possibly one of the most synergized duos in the bot lane. Strong, still up for contest, but synergized most definitely. Now, looks a whole lot different.
Well, Low has to be careful in this lane now. Maybe half health from Kedu and Ayla, but they will just be going up to this try, dropping a ward, playing it a little bit more safe. Lisa is in his bottom side brush, but Pabu is still consistently trying the invade. Lisa now has all his jungle camps available and he finds his lead again. It's just Pabu falling behind a little bit. He may have that kill. He may have the Caulfield's Warhammer, but he's still not as comfortable as Lisa is looking in his jungle right now.
Yeah, and this is the way that junglers decide to play. I mean, the current meta of junglers goes for extremely greedy play. It encourages you to farm up as opposed to gank your lanes, and it really rewards you for that just because of how fast you can clear your own jungle. Pabu may not be familiar with that idea. He might have a lot of biases coming in as a laner. He might want a lot of ganks coming out, and that would really work against him coming into the jungle right here because he doesn't go for Graves' strengths, which are clearing his own camps. He instead goes for a lot of the invades and goes for the 1v1s over onto Lisa and doesn't find too much from that.
And I wonder what Bo Nivea wants in this mid lane, because the thing is, he is falling behind a little bit. He will get this wave. He will feel kind of safe as well as the Ahri for now, but hit level 6, I'm curious to see this 1v1 potential come out of Bo Nivea. Because Johnson, of course, unleash power, it's not very hard. Do a bit of poking, have the orbs out, and press R, and Ahri goes down.
And it's deadly because Bo Nivea did not take Exhaust. He opted for Ignite instead because he wants to kill lane into Johnson. Could be his undoing because Unleash Power, that is a huge burst coming out at level 6. Johnson, he's already got his Lost Chapter, so he will always have mana to be spanning out those spheres. Once he gets 3 down onto the floor, he could just go straight into Bo Nivea.
Low actually rotates mid. He's going to sit in this small brush next to Dragon. Pabu's going to heal his mana up, and Tana Minds Blue looking for the Death Brush. Bo Nivea walks to the side. There's a control ward here. This could either be a lot of wasted time or a fantastically thought-up play. I think it's going to be a wasted time.
Yep.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
Yeah, Johnson just goes back. So they're waiting here for a really long time, and I don't even think that anybody from Regicide is going to go up there.
It's just like the sister team. They like the Death Brush.
Yeah,
they like waiting in the brush, waiting for someone to walk in. Pabu walks back. Low and Bluezor have been here for like 30 seconds now.
Wow. That is a lot of wasted
experience.
Wow, look at this! The Death Brush itself!
The alternative Death Brush, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow misses as well on Lisa, and all that time was for nothing.
It's the reverse Death Brush hysterics!
Who would have thought?
They both go for the strategy and neither of them succeed in the end there. So, you know, both of them backing out. Happy to see, because they didn't really factor in those numbers, but a lot of time wasted for Tana Minds Blue's bot side. I mean, they didn't really pick up anything from it, and you can see that they're really paying for it in the CS now.
Lisa's walking to the bottom lane, potentially looking for a lane gank as well. His Paranoia is available. Remember, it has a small range. So potentially going to be used from about here, I guess.
Yeah, he's not spotted out.
I wonder what he's going to do. Wait. Who's going to come back into lane? That's a real question. They know that this Nocturne's ultimate's up, and I think that's why Low and Bluezor are playing it safe.
But they haven't spotted him out. So they have no idea that he's on the bottom side. They can have a good guess, but that's all it is right now because no wards have even clipped him coming here.
Okay, Lisa's still standing here. There's a lot of wasted time coming through for junglers today.
There's a ward there. He's in vision.
Okay, Paranoia used anyway, and he cycles in onto Bluezor. The Wild Growth has been used early on Lisa. I'm surprised Ayla got the transition. A double kill for the Nocturne. Meanwhile, the 1v1 potential has jumped into fruition. An Ignite used onto Johnson, and Ayla's got to back out too.
Holy cheese, that was amazing to watch because practically Lisa pulls the trigger and Ayla doesn't even use his ultimate for the knock-up. He just uses it to make sure that Lisa has a lot of health going into this dive. Watch the teleport.
Okay, this is Drax coming in. Goes in onto Kedu. Meanwhile, the rest of Regicide are there. Drax, not sure what you're doing, has to flash away, doesn't get locked down. Pabu's in, collateral damage, looking for the final hit. Bonivia finds it with the Thunderlord's proc. The rest of TMB see this as an opportunity. Drax is dastardly low. Enchanted Crystal Arrow misses again. The charm does not on Kedu, though. They're going to take that. They're going to go successfully into the night. And the paranoia was still good. That's what we have to take out of it.
Yeah, that's all that they can take from that. I think that could have been a little bit better coming out from low to really hit that Crystal Arrow instead of miss it. One of the things that you have to watch for as Ash at any level of play is the fact that you should always be following the terrain. So if the terrain is shifting downwards and also to the left, that's where you should be shooting your arrow, not straight downwards.
Good point, Pritchard. Ash Mechanics 101. Meanwhile,
Global's 101.
Well, that's right. Well, this was all happening. Sick is actually going to pick up a turret solo, and this is definitely going to go down. So the first turret of the game goes down to Regicide, and a nice early gold lead as well. 2K on the board. You can see that the CS advantage has not been for naught, and you can see that the Syndra is definitely winning this mid lane, as well as the Jhin down bottom. So Regicide, the experience is coming through, and they're still doing well.
And that's a huge break apart as well, because you take a look at the gold differential, it was about 2K just a second ago. So that really does indicate how much of a difference the CS difference has made because of the Death Bush camping from the bottom lane of Tainted Minds Blue. You can already check it out in the bottom lane. That's a lot of gold coming out between these two ADCs, 400 in fact, between them. So that is a lot of punishment coming out from low, the fact that you couldn't pick up anything from that Death Bush.
You see that Lisa, after picking up those 2 kills, is 500 gold ahead. You can see that the top lane as well in Sick is ahead, but especially from picking up that solo turret gold. Now we see Tainted Minds Blue back off a little bit. I mean, Regicide, they're looking pretty comfortable, but in these lanes, they're playing it nice and safe. They know that Nocturne has the paranoia. When he gets level 11, it's going to be much worse.
And already, we know the power that Lisa can bring into these team fights. Tainted Minds is pushing up really far, and Lisa's coming into the bottom side. Isla's here to support him. He could just go in.
Paranoia once again. This time goes on to Blues on the wild growth. The second time around, it just makes so much sense to put it on the Nocturne.
Yeah, it does, because as soon as you see a huge Nocturne jumping at you, first of all, it's visually scary, and second of all, his health bar, you just say, you know what? There's no possible way we can chunk this down. Meanwhile, he's wailing on you, and he finally takes down 2 members of Tainted Minds. He's making this Nocturne play work.
I told you, Preacher, it has been done in Europe. Why not Oceania? But the thing is here, Lisa looks way too comfortable on it. 3-1 and 2 has the Warrior Enchantment. Go for the Tiamat. And Regicide are getting another turret.
And this works towards what we were talking about at the start of today. Go aggressive and it will work wonders for you. I mean, Lisa's been pulling the trigger. On the other side, Pabu maybe not, but the Dragon goes over.
The Infernal Drake Preacher, that's pretty important for a Nocturne who's dealing a lot of damage. And with Sick over the side.
Has Flash.
Meowkai thinks about it. He's like, should I? Pabu might be caught out.
Oh no, Pabu, wrong way.
Twisted Advance, his eventual Maelstrom coming in, and Sick picks up the kill, unfortunately for Kedu, but doesn't matter because Regicide now have another crack at the turret.
I mean, he was the person flanking. He definitely deserves a kill, but nonetheless, yeah, Sick just doing a lot of good work over there. He camped for the longest time because he actually wanted to flash over and Twisted Advance onto somebody under turret. But he picks up a kill on Pabu nonetheless.
Preacher, he's picked up swiftness. Boots of swiftness. I like this from Maokai. I like this from Sick especially.
Yeah, because everybody's hoping to run away from the Maokai. What do? Just keep on running at the fast.
Keep on running, deny some movement speed. The thing is, Regicide here, gold is going up and up. Like, this is getting out of hand for Tainted Minds Blue 6-3 on the board, but the gold difference at this point in time is 4.5k, sorry.
That is huge coming out for Regicide, and a lot of the money they spent is in fact on the movement speed that you alluded to with the boots that Sick has opted to pick up for himself. That is huge for himself because pretty much everybody on the side of Regicide just wants to run face first at Tainted Minds Blue members. You've got Lisa who goes without saying, oh, the flash!
Charm Flash doesn't need the Spirit Rush because Bonivia picks up a kill. That's well needed for the Ahri mid.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of reprieve going in for Tainted Minds Blue. Not too much, though, because I don't think they can capitalize on it too much. And Regicide, they've already rotated around here, so they still do have the man advantage. Going back to my original point that I was talking about, all of them need this movement speed because they just want to go ham into Tainted Minds Blue's team. They just want to dive straight in, and they want to make sure that their front line is so cohesive for Kedu to just pump out all of his ultimates.
Crystal Arrow hits Johnson here. He's definitely caught out way too long. Pabu with collateral damage does find the kill. You see that Sick was looking for the teleport play. However, Kedu might be caught out, has to heal, has the flash available if he goes back in, but Tainted Minds Blue, that's their response.
Yeah, and Tainted Minds Blue are playing to their strengths as well. So while the team fight definitely works out for Regicide, the picks come out for Tainted Minds, but the
Paranoia
team
on
fight.
the low, he's doing so much damage. Twisted Advance follows it as well. The Nocturne gets Wild Growth. He's still alive. Pabu has no mana locked down. Nice Deadly Flourish. The rest of Regicide are collapsing. Drax is on the back line now, unable to follow up. Is anyone from Regicide, but Sick is doing enough. He doesn't find Pabu. The sapling cannot follow. Drax has to disengage, but he does save what's left of that team fight.
Wow.
Maybe not. Lisa's followed it up, and look at this Nocturne. A flash from Kedu was interesting. However, Nocturne has 4, 1, and 3 on his
Both of
scoreboard.
those flashes from Regicide were interesting, but they still do manage to pick up that team fight. That was really messy because it was a 4v5 at the start there. And then all of a sudden, Lisa decides to go full ham with the support of Isla nonetheless, like always. And then they just managed to pick that up. So that is the power that we were talking about, how Sick could also run straight towards the enemy. Low got locked up by Sick at the end there. And even though Kedu wanted to get that last shot onto Low, missed it because the burst coming out from his team was so real. Don't you just hate that when your team does so much damage that you can't even back him up with it? But nonetheless, they do so much damage.
Great.
They managed to pick up everybody from that, and just what a one-sided team fight from a 4v5.
I mean, honestly, it just still feels like Regicide are pushing their advantage, and they're doing so naturally because this team has been in a commanding position ever since the OCS started for split number 1 of 2017. It's players like Lisa that make Nocturne look so easy because he's just such an all-round great jungler. And Pabu's a good player as well. However, you just can't take anything away from Lisa.
No, you definitely can't take it. And look, Lisa's pulling the trigger. That's what we're talking about time and time again. Ooh, flash.
Flash away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. However, it's getting good that Low is starting to land them. As you can see, Scatter the Weak goes on to Pabu, but there's no follow-up once again. Sick is starting to roam.
Lisa has Paranoia up. It is rank 2 now because he is level 11. Could be looking for a fight.
Can start going cross lanes as well. So the fact that Lisa is able to find more mobility across this map, especially when he only has Lucidity boots, it's very important. He's going for a bit of CDR.
Yep. He wants to get a lot of CDR. He's actually sitting on 30% right now with the Caulfields and Warrior as well.
Oh, well.
Johnson.
Regicide, they are caught out here. Good Wild Growth as the ultimate comes from Johnson himself. They continue with the Rift Herald. They will actually prioritize this.
Yeah, I mean, if they manage to pick up this Rift Herald once again, you know, we've seen about 3 Rift Heralds tonight. It just indicates...
Give it to Nocturne.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Sick almost walks over it as
I mean,
well.
why would you give it over to Sick? Sick's not really doing anything with it. Lisa can just farm so much more effectively with it in the jungle.
Definitely. He's going to be doing a lot of individual damage. Has so many components in his inventory. I'm guessing that's Youmuu's next Preacher and potentially a Ravenous Hydra.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, if he goes to the Youmuu's, then it means that he's sitting on 30%. Cooldown reduction, and that's going to be massive for this Nocturne because it means his Paranoia is going to be up pretty much as soon as a team fight is over, and that's going to be massive for Lisa. He is the trigger that always starts these team fights, and they work out so well for Regicide time and time again. I mean, at this point, even Pabu's squishy enough for him to be taken down. So take down Pabu, take down Low, either of them just starts a really good team fight for you. And meanwhile, Kedu on the backside just firing off shots from such back range.
Well, let's see if they take advantage of these squishy members because Dragon's up in 15, Baron in 35, but Tainted Minds Blue are positioning around this bottom side of the map. And with Blue Zor able to keep some members alive, you know, distribute the shields really nicely, Johnson has to be careful he doesn't go all in when he doesn't judge the damage correctly.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that Tainted Minds Blue is really playing towards is their pick potential. But speaking of which, take a look at this Death Bush once
Classic
again.
TM brush. He used Defiance. Okay, so where are we going from here?
Nowhere.
Nowhere. Just to the mid lane again.
Yeah, I mean, like, both of these 2 objectives are coming up. They need to really make a hard decision. Which one do they prioritize? Make sure they don't give up the other one in the process.
Regicide, they cannot forfeit this Dragon. It's such an important Drake. This is the Mountain Drake. They started with an Infernal. They're not even touching it. So is Paranoia going to be used? Do they disengage?
They have it.
Pabu's still there. He does get the Drake, but Paranoia used onto Pabu. He flashes away. Curtain Call is going to slow up Drax, but strange play from Regicide there. They are going to start looking mid.
And that was a really good keeper's verdict coming out from Drax over there, because what happens is Sick teleported in, straight booted onto the other side of the Dragon Pit. So no engage coming out from the Maokai, and a really botched engage coming out from Lisa. Regicide, they don't find the play that they wanted.
Well, they start going mid and they start cornering off Tainted Minds Blue because two members that tanky you got to start being scared of. Especially the Lulu slowed down again. Enchanted Crystal, Arrow Sick is still there. A lot of damage goes on to Lisa. The last turret shot does not finish him off, but he has to disengage. I'm not sure if Sick gets this. Wild Growth, though, does quite a lot. Johnson has been untouched on this backline. A two-man stun would have been 3 if Bonavia didn't flash, but Tainted Minds Blue lose a turret.
And Sick was just so tanky in the middle of all of that. I believe so many resources were burned onto taking him down, and still he managed to survive that last team fight with a third of his HP. That was crazy. The Wild Growth coming out from Ayla, not only saving his life, but knocking up the enemies as well. That could have gone much, much worse for the Regicide, but they actually managed to pick up a kill onto Pabu. So all in all, they come out ahead in that one.
So what are Tainted Minds Blue going to do from here? They're on the defense. They're behind in gold. And Pabu seems like the one to carry them forward. So does Bonivia at this point. Low is starting to hit his arrows, though.
Oh, hey.
Paranoia solo onto Bluezor. He does find the damage, but also finds the flash. So at least he's going to take the camp and call that one a win.
Yeah, I mean, if you can burn the flash away from the enemy, I guess that's worth your ultimate. He is sitting on really low cooldown, which is what we were talking about before. So he will have that available in about a minute's time. All in all, he's going to have a really good time in this game because Lisa, his ultimates have been on point so far.
Definitely has been. And he now starts securing up the Baron pit where Regicide moved topside, look to be performing some kind of 1-4, with the Nocturne's help. I mean, you can't run a 1-3-1 with a Sentry, that's for sure. But Lisa's so strong right now, if anyone pulls him out or if he catches anyone, he could definitely get a kill.
It's not that. They just want to get Dragon pressure, but they're going for turrets. They're going for a straight trade.
Well, going for the mini base race coming through. Six going to be the one to rotate around into this mid lane. But Regicide have to hurry up. This is going to be a tier 2, but tier 2 mid is now under threat. Sapling going to try and wave clear, unable to do so. Tainted Minds Blue going for the third one. This could be an epic base race. One member has to back off. Sick decides now enough is enough. Goes onto Pabu. Slicing Maelstrom there, ignoring him completely. The inhibitor is going to be next on the target. Sick goes in onto Low. They use the ultimate on him, and he does pick up one. Inhibitor has stopped getting chunked down as Johnson has now joined the fight. He uses the ultimate onto Bonivia, unable to kill him, though. And Johnson's still trying to chase him out. Nice auto attack.
On the other side.
On the other side of the rift. Regicide are going for the full base race.
Stop the ports.
They're going to stop the ports from going back. Pabu is going to die here as well. Drax has gone back, but now they start on the Nexus. You wanted a quick game. You're going to get a quick game. Regicide are very close to ending it. However, the Nexus at half health, they're going to stop.
Okay,
What?
So let's collect ourselves a little bit here, Hysterics. What eventuated out of that split push? Regicide, they managed to get the inhibitor turret, they managed to get the inhibitor and 2 Nexus turrets as well. On the other side, Tainted Minds Blue, all they get is the inhibitor turret. So clear advantage going over to Regicide, and now they have even more map pressure to take out more. So you got to take a look at the shot calling coming out from Tainted Minds Blue, and you got to say, maybe not the best one that they've done.
I don't know what just happened, Preacher. Like,
Maths.
I can't. I think Tainted Minds Blue thought they had the push, but the problem was you've got a Nocturne who's 4-1-4, who's running lethality, who's also, as Johnson flashes away and gets a stun onto Bonivia, Scatter the Weak starting to do a lot. But Regicide now have an open Nexus. I mean, with all that monkey around, do we start seeing a teleport play?
I mean, Sick doesn't have Sick does have teleport, but there's no ward in the middle of the enemy base.
Just leave Baron, just teleport into the base if they have a ward.
No, they want to straight take this.
Oh,
they can do it.
Because Paranoia comes out again. They get
Bonivia's
Blues, or they get Pabu. The damage is just too much to deal with. 2 kills is going to remain a double for Lisa. As the flash away, Kedu will go down to Drax, but he's now going to have to answer to Ayla, Sick, and Johnson. And he's going to be short work for these guys. Ayla is going to have to be careful, however, but Drax will go down. So Regicide find 3 kills, and it's just Bonivia defending in the base.
Hysterics, that was a 3-for-1. Now they can easily go towards the Baron. There's not much contention coming out here. Lisa's here to join as well. He's going to be the jungler who can smite this away. Pabu's not up.
Okay, it is just going to go down really quick. Low, unable to contest. Unless you want to steal it with an arrow, I don't know. But no, it is Baron secured. So Low isn't going to try for that one. I have seen an Enchanted Crystal Arrow steal Baron before, by the way. Not on competitive play.
So here is pretty much where the game stands. we can pretty much see the fastest game of tonight come out from the very final series between Regicide and Tainted Minds Blue. No, if they decide to push out either mid or bot lane with this new empowered Baron buff, and they can just go straight for the Nexus after a botched team fight that they could just really force and win, could go towards their favor.
Pabu. No,
Bad call. Why are you here, mate?
If Lisa did walk into that brush, I mean, Pabu versus Lisa right now is a definite no-brainer.
Yeah, Lisa would win, and even if Pabu flashed away and dashed and ulted away as well, Lisa still has his ult available to chase.
He does, and now he's going on the Mountain Drake solo himself with Glimpse of the Void. He's going to do it very quickly as well. Lisa's just so huge at the moment.
And safely. That's the big point. The fact that he's sitting on full HP.
A last resort. Hang on. Oh, no. Oh,
Push.
no. Oh, no.
Just backs off. They don't care. Oh, no. If Sick jumps in there, then...
Who is it?
No.
Oh, no. There it is. There's Tainted Minds. Twisted Advance. Use the ultimate. Oh, my God. Wild growth on the 4-man Paranoia.
4-man knock-up.
A double kill. Bonivia's next to go down. Pabu, see you later, mate. Maybe the jungle doesn't work out in the end. And Six just walking to the Nexus. This is going to be GG to Regicide. That is what you call a fun League of Legends game.
So I believe this is the fastest game of the night, and that all eventuated off of that very little miscalculation from Tainted Minds. They initiated that split push, and it just did not work in their favor.
I don't know what's stranger, the Sin versus Corvidae game or that.
That was some spicy League of Legends, because the base race coming out at 20 minutes, really questionable call coming out from Tainted Minds Blue. It just didn't work at all.
Preacher, Regicide remain undefeated. Tainted Minds Blue, we expected a little bit more out of them tonight. It started out well, getting the first blood. I don't know if that was Lisa taunting them or just going, yeah, I alt-tabbed, I was putting my music on, but it still worked out. The Nocturne pick was one of my favorite of tonight. It seemed like it was just all round working into their comp.
Yeah, and I guess this is really what happens when you do play into a base race type composition, when you have one more turret than the enemy and you're also up in gold. You push so much faster and there are less objectives in your way. So I guess you don't need to knock if you're going in the back door, and still at the end of the day, they finally managed to finish it off because it was effectively a Nexus take at 25 minutes. Didn't quite work out. 27-minute win.
God. Well, that was an interesting week of OCS, and if you enjoyed it, you can always look at the VODs, or if you're ready for some OPL action tomorrow, starts at 3 p.m. Last week, Legacy beat the Chiefs. Now, that has just made a spicy meatball of the OPL. If you're interested in more of what it has to offer as well, you can go to soundcloud.com/theOPL show. Episode 5 has just come out of that podcast as well, so check it out. OCS will be back with you, but next week, I believe, is a super week. We will confirm that for you. Yes, it is confirmed. Thank you very much. So that means Thursday and Friday for the OCS. So see you next week for that awesome super week. We're going to be here, and we can't wait. See you soon.